What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Tuesday, April 15th, 2025. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, a big transfer day for the University of Texas. Longhorn football picks up a new wide receiver. Longhorn basketball picks up a new big man. We'll talk about the newest additions to the 40 acres, plus a quick preview of tonight's Texas baseball game against UTRGV. We've got some sound from Steve Sarkisian's Monday presser talking about spring ball, also talking about the recent trip to D.C. Sark gives a few thoughts on the Nico Iamaleava situation at Tennessee as well. We'll let you hear from the Texas head coach on that. We've got the NBA play-in starting tonight as the postseason gets going on the hardwood. And Katy Perry went to space yesterday, along with Gayle King and Lauren Sanchez and a few other women. So we'll get into the randomness that happened yesterday and a hell of a lot more sports and fun to be had over the next couple of hours right here on TSU. How are we doing, Buck?
Was that a cooking show in space? That's kind of cool.
No, any cooking was done up there. They were only in space for like 4 minutes, so I don't know if that's enough time to put together a meal.
I don't even think you can get an omelet together in 4 minutes.
No. A little snack or something?
Some almonds, handful of nuts, chock full of nuts. That's about it.
Doesn't sound like there were any nuts up there. It was all women.
4 nuts in space, yeah. No, yeah. There's a little nutty up there. That had to be fun. That's kind of I may even want to try that one. I think I may want to try something like that.
Oh, we can open up.
40 minutes? Sound like 40 minutes? Okay.
Not even 40 minutes. I think the entire trip was like 11 minutes, and they were only up in space for 4 of those 11 minutes. So they were in and out.
They're not using the same parts that the Delta uses, though, are they? That's a no.
I hope not.
They'd still be in space somewhere.
Yeah, somebody would be dead or somebody
lost in space.
Lost in space. And yeah, there'd be a lot more going on with that trip if Delta Airlines was a part of it.
No, I think I'd like that. That seemed like a cool deal.
Okay, so hypothetical Tuesday today. We'll start off with that. You would have been on board that aircraft yesterday. Now, let me ask you, there were no men on this trip. It was an all-female crew, if you can even call them a crew, because they weren't really doing anything but just sitting there, traveling to space.
Don't touch the buttons. Just do makeup.
Just don't touch anything.
Don't touch anything.
Stay there, please. We'll take care of everything for you.
Stay buckled up. I think they had some weightlessness. I guess they must have floated around, I would think.
I don't know. It was a group of 6 women. Yeah, there are some videos and pictures of them kind of floating around in the zero-gravity aircraft that made it up to space for about 4 minutes.
Katy Perry had her blimps floating around.
It was a group of 6 women. It's the first all-female crew to go to space since a solo flight from the Soviet Union back in 1963, where it was just one woman who went up, but because it was only a woman, it counts as an all-female crew. So this was the first time we've had nothing but women on a space voyage in 50-plus years, hell, 60-plus years.
And they could say it was a woman, but we really don't know. It's the Soviets, so who knows?
That's a great point there. But would you have been okay being the 7th member of the crew traveling with Katy Perry and CBS Mornings co-host Gayle King and Jeff Bezos' fiance Lauren Sanchez?
That'd have been cool, yeah.
The one dude up there with all those ladies?
Just don't talk to me, ladies. Just stay buckled.
It's women. What do you mean, don't talk?
I'll do all the talking. How about that? How about this? I'll do all the talking. You guys do the makeup.
Well, apparently Katy Perry was singing in space, and the jokes on the internet is that's why the trip was so short, as people got so tired of listening to Katy Perry that they said, we got to turn around and get our ass back home.
The emergency landing?
emergency landing. Yeah, the trip was supposed to be a little longer, but because people got annoyed with her, they just pulled the plug a little early.
Yeah, I think I could. I think I could handle 40 minutes of that.
Not even 40.
That's what I'm saying. I can do a T-ball game. I could do that.
Yeah, go to space. I mean, that's a little scarier making that trek up there
Ooh, yeah, it is.
and they got ejected from the aircraft and landed in some sort of parachute looking thing yesterday. So, history was made, I guess, with these women going up to space. Again, they didn't really do anything up there. They just kind of went there and back and that's history, I guess.
I think you know what? I would have liked to have been on one of those subs that goes down to where the Titanic is. I think I'd have rather done that.
The one that exploded?
No, not the one that exploded. There was one that's just there's a recent one that goes down there and checks out everything on the floor. I think I'd like to have been one of those to go down and see the Titanic
Okay.
before I think I'd take that trip in space.
What,
I'd go down before I'd go up.
what do you want to see with the Titanic?
I just want to see the ship itself.
I think it's still there.
It's there. It's
What is it?
busted up into two big pieces.
What
Yeah.
is there to see? You've seen a ship before.
I want to see a ship wrecked.
Let's see Jack and Rose still
Come
hanging
on.
out.
I want to see why Rose with her round shoulder threw Jack off the door when that didn't have to happen. Could have
Yeah,
shared that.
you're right.
You could
Try
have
not to
shared
body
that.
shame on this show, but that fat ass had enough space for two.
I know. I never saw when I saw that, I'm like, wait a minute, there's enough room for two to float at least. Come on, Rose. Why am I laying in the ocean freezing? You're up there telling me how we're gonna make it. Yeah, you're gonna make it.
Yeah, you got a mouse in your pocket. What do you mean we?
Yeah.
Unless you scoot your fat ass over, I ain't making it.
Or you need to come in this water for about 30 seconds. Let me get up on there.
Yeah, how about we switch off here?
No, there's Jack just floating into the abyss. That dope.
Yeah, Leo DiCaprio really taking one for the team there.
Boy, that must have been some good stuff that he got in order to float down to the bottom of that deal.
I don't think there's any stuff good enough in the world worth
No,
that.
no, I'm moving over. She's gonna have to slide on her shoulder or something.
We got space. According to our man CB, 113 years ago today, the Titanic sank.
Wow.
Is that true? We're just talking about it on the anniversary?
That's the anniversary.
How about that?
I would have made it on that ship, BK. Except for I would have been in one of those decks. Black dude, you know, I'd have been down there shoveling coal into the bottom of that deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd have made it. I'd have made it.
I don't think the Titanic qualifies as a scary movie, but you know how it works in those scary movies. The brothers are always the first ones to go.
And this one, it was the Irishman down below.
Yeah, the Irishman got
They got
early.
this time, yeah.
I think you would have been in trouble though if you were on board that aircraft.
I think they would have noticed me on board.
Yeah. Hey, he's got a piece of wood he's floating on. Nah, he's gotta give that
No.
up to somebody else.
Somebody else, somebody white's getting that piece of wood. Get off that wood, brother.
Mm.
And not in so subtle terms. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for what you do. We do appreciate what you do for us, to you and your families. Do be safe out there. Going to be a beautiful day today. 83 degrees yesterday, close to a record breaker. I think we were 1 degree off of a record for yesterday. It felt like a record. It was hot. I thought it had to be way up in the 90s. It was in the 93. Didn't get to 94, which I think was the record, or 95. But man, was it hot yesterday. Not much breeze out there yesterday, brother. 83 today, supposed to be a beautiful day, and we'll have a nice, as we lead through the rest of the week, chance of rain a little bit Saturday, a little bit more on Sunday, Easter Sunday, but God, was it hot. I hope this is not I hope this is not what things are going to be looking like here over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, it was a June feel yesterday.
Yes, it was.
On April 14th. And yeah, it's a scary thought to think about what the summer could look like if it was already that hot in the middle of April. So we'll see. We had a warm winter, which usually translates to a very warm summer.
Yeah, I gave you that one. I threw that one out with the almanac saying it was going to be a nice mild winter, and it was.
Yeah.
Which means when they said it's a normal summer, and I know a normal summer around here is hot. When they say, well, we're going to be back to a normal summer, nothing that's over the top, just normal. To me, normal here is not normal.
No, normal here is too damn hot.
Yeah, it's going to be hot.
Yeah. By the way, a couple of final thoughts on this space story from yesterday, because we're getting very big in space.
We're huge in space. We have a space army, don't we? Don't we have a fleet?
The Space Force.
Space Force, yes.
Forget about the Space Force. Yes. A trip like this might be possible for you in the future. Now, I don't know if you'll get the opportunity to travel with Katy Perry and Lauren Sanchez and Gayle King.
Do I use my stock money to do it?
You could use your stock money. You can use your tax refund if you're going to get one of those today.
That ain't happening.
No, I had to pay the tax man again this year. Appreciate that, government. Yeah. Thanks for what you do for us. Still trying to figure that out. Blue Origin, which is the name of this Jeff Bezos funded company, is trying to operate regular space tourism flights, and they are taking reservations with a measly $150,000 deposit. Now, that's just the deposit. It's not clear how much Blue Origin actually charges for a trip like this. A seat on the company's first crewed flight that was a couple of years ago went for $28 million.
No, thanks. I'm not that interested.
So what about for $150K? If we can get the full price dwindle down to that, would that do it for you?
No.
Just a 10-minute there and back to space?
I don't think so. I mean, there are people that are explorers. I don't know. I'd rather go somewhere nice. I'd rather travel somewhere else nice and stay there a couple of days than stay there 11 minutes and shoot back down for that kind of money. I wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
I mean, depending, there are people that just had that. That's just throwaway money. That's just a tip for somebody. I don't know. I don't think I'll ever be rich enough to make that a tip for somebody, but you know what I mean? Just to throw away, just on a whim, 150,000 just to make that.
Think about the vacation you could take here on Earth.
I know. That's what I just thought about that. For 150, the things I could do.
I mean, that's a nice ass full year vacation you could take back home versus spending 11 minutes on this trip and just 4 minutes at your destination.
I'm not, like I said, I'm not much of an explorer. I don't like, I've never been on a, like you've been to Costa Rica. I mean, that to me, because I like plants and I like to see stuff like that. I'll tell you what, for me, my little goofy trips when I was going to Alaska were incredible trips. Just to see something like that, see glaciers was like out of this world to me. Maybe looking back to down to the earth from space would be kind of awesome, but there's some places that I need to be on this earth that I like to go to. Some tropical places where I'm seeing wild parrots and real monkeys running around, or maybe like a trip to Africa.
Yeah.
In the air conditioning, somewhere in an air conditioning tent or something like that. Because I'm not roughing it. I'm not looking to rough it anywhere.
You're not a camper, you're a glamper.
Yes, that's for damn sure. So
okay.
I'd rather do that.
Yeah, you could spend your whole life traveling the earth and still not see everything that the earth has to offer. So,
oh my God, Oprah cried yesterday.
Why? Yeah, Oprah was there. You had the Kardashians there. You had obviously Jeff Bezos there because his fiance was one of the crew members.
Was Oprah worried about losing Gayle? Is that what it was? Is that what she was crying? Oh, Gayle.
I think so.
I bet she's worried about that.
Yeah, Oprah and Gayle are great friends.
Yeah, as they say.
And have been for years. So, yeah, Oprah Winfrey was there in attendance yesterday.
Where was Stedman? What was Stedman? Was he in the car keeping the car? Hey, keep the motor running, Stedman.
Yeah, Stedman was keeping the motor running.
Yeah.
Hey, we'll be there. Just stay back, Stedman. I'll be there in a few minutes, all right?
Oh, my God.
Stay over there. You don't need to come be a part of this. We can handle everything on our own.
Just stay in the car.
Yeah, it is the 11th human flight for the Bezos-owned rocket company program, and it was a successful trip for the 6 women on board. So congrats to them.
Where did they touch? Where did they come back to? The desert or the ocean?
Texas.
Oh, really?
So Jeff Bezos has this giant ranch about 30 miles north of Van Horn, Texas, which is very, very west, like kind of towards the Big Bend, towards El Paso, towards Marfa. Marfa's probably the most well-known kind of area near Van Horn.
Oh, the Marfa lights, everything that they talk about that you never see. Yeah, that's great. I've been there, not seen that.
Really?
Yeah, twice.
Bunch of malarkey.
Yeah, bunch of space talk.
So they took off from there, and then somehow they landed in that area too. That feels like the most impressive part of this thing is that they went up to space and landed like very close, I think very close to where they launched. So that's exciting, I guess. It seems like everything worked according to plan.
That's not like Delta.
That is not like Delta at all. No, if it was Delta, it would have taken off in Van Horn and ended up in Tokyo or something like that. Oops. Took a wrong turn somewhere. We only had 11 minutes to screw this thing up.
Putin's backyard or something.
Yeah, North Korea probably is where it would have landed if Delta Airlines was in charge of this thing. But there you go. There's your space story today.
Well, that's good. That's good. That's a good job. We're getting big into space.
You know how I feel about space. I think my thoughts are well documented.
You don't believe in that, do you?
It's funny. I was at a dinner party last night with a guy who was very into space.
You didn't tell him that you didn't believe in the moon landing, did you?
I didn't. I do believe in the moon landing. Like I believe, AI was a thing back then, and we were able to generate AI pictures.
Okay.
And no, I do believe that we landed on the moon. I just think it's a huge waste of time. Like I think space is cool. I think us trying to travel to space and spending all of the money and resources we've spent on these journeys to the moon and to Mars and everywhere else has been a colossal waste of
we could have built
energy.
Another stadium somewhere. Could have built a couple more stadiums somewhere.
What have we done though? We've been up there for more than 60 years and we haven't done shit. Like we're learning. Cool. What are we learning for?
We're collecting some dirt. We're doing our research for the next group to head there.
Yeah, look, if we end up living on Mars, then all of this will be worth it. But to this point, we're not even close to doing that. So again, 6+ decades of time and money and energy and resources spent on space travel has done what for us?
Cost us some money, left some stuff up. We left some stuff up there.
Yeah, I think it's a waste of time. I don't know. Like, I know a lot of people think it's cool and obviously wasn't around for the great space race. And I'm sure that was a big deal. And I know that sort of unified this country, but cool. That really worked. We're super unified now, all these decades later.
We still hate each other.
Yeah, probably more now than we did back then. And we just went to space again. And what did that do? Well, it divided us even more because people are mad that all these rich-ass people spent a bunch of money going to space. So that's where we're at. All right. Let's get to the sports, shall we? We will talk to Mark Pena on Thursday. Normally we talk Texas baseball with Mark at this time every Tuesday, but he asked to flip-flop. So we will get Mark's thoughts on tonight's game against UTRGV and also preview the Auburn series, which starts on Thursday with Mark on Thursday morning. Speaking of Thursday, the Buck and I will be live at Sue Patrick that day.
There you go. That's for real.
That's for real right there. We'll be getting you set for the long Easter weekend. And
they should have landed that thing in Fort Davis, the home of the Buffalo Soldier. Seen some of those old dudes, some of those old ghosts as they're coming back.
They should have landed that thing at Sue Patrick.
Hell yeah.
How about that giant parking lot?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Head on over to that big old parking lot. Let Gail spend some of Oprah's money. Yeah, I'm sorry. Gail has her own money.
Gail has her own money. I assume it's
Stedman that has Oprah's money.
Stedman has Oprah's money, and Stedman has the greatest gig in the world, but he is also probably the biggest cuck of all time. All right, some sports. Hey, what a day for the University of Texas. We'll start with Longhorn football. Texas lands a transfer portal receiver. Now, for most teams, the portal doesn't open until tomorrow. For one team, the portal has been open for a few weeks. That one team is Stanford. And the portal's been open for the Cardinal because they just fired their head coach back on March 25th. So once a team fires its coach, the portal gets open for 30 days. So any player at that school has the ability to leave without any sort of penalty and without having to sit out in a year. So in that 30-day window, Stanford wide receiver Emmett Mosley V hit the portal. And yesterday, he decided to commit to the University of Texas. Spent just 1 year in Palo Alto, but he made the most of it. 48 catches, 525 yards, and 6 receiving touchdowns as a true freshman this past season for the Cardinal. The most receiving yards by a Stanford freshman since 2006. The 6 touchdowns he had tied for the team lead this past year. He's 6'2", 205, originally from the state of California. Buck, we've talked about the lack of experience and the lack of college production in this Longhorn wide receiver room. Before the portal even officially opens, Texas goes out and lands a big-time wide receiver.
Well, I mean, that's good. He's a young guy that will be here for a couple of years. It's not like what they've done before. They grab some one-and-dones that have worked out for him, but you got a young guy that can grow into what they need, and he's been in games. He's obviously, with the number of catches and yards that he has, he's been in real live games. I mean, this is a good thing for Texas. And as I said, we know this. They haven't made very many mistakes when it comes to picking up wide receivers in the portal, so they must feel pretty good. Was his dad an NFL player?
I think so. His dad, Emmett Mosley IV, was a running back and wide receiver at Notre Dame back in the 90s.
Okay.
His mom actually won the Herman Trophy as a college soccer player at Notre Dame. The Herman Trophy is like the Heisman Trophy equivalent for college soccer.
Oh, really?
So he comes from some great genes. He's got a sister that plays soccer at Iowa. He's got a younger brother that is a wide receiver that is currently committed to USC. Maybe Texas can get in the mix for him.
Go.
Now that older brother is a Longhorn. So, yeah, it's a family with some great athletic genes.
You like that. You like the genes, too.
Big fan of the genes.
Yeah, I mean, that's a young guy. That's a pretty good move right there. And this is just before it even starts. Yeah, I like that. Sounds like a good get.
Yeah, he's 6'2", 205 pounds. So he's got the size of a possession receiver, but he was also a track star in high school and ran a 10.7 100.
Okay, so that's not a trackster playing football. It's a football player that just happened to run track, huh?
Seems that way based on the numbers he put up in his true freshman campaign at Stanford. So we talked about the stats, like 48 catches. That is more than any returning Texas wide receiver. 525 yards. That is more than any returning Texas wide receiver. The 6 touchdowns would have been second, right? DeAndre Moore had 7 last year.
Right.
But if you look at the other returning receivers on the Longhorns in 2025, and DeAndre Moore, the only guy with more touchdown catches than Emmett Mosley V had last season.
Yeah, so there's 3 right there. There's 3 before you even look at these other young guys that they've been talking about. That's 3 guys that have football experience and played in games. That's a good thing because, I mean, I look at the 2 guys that aren't practicing in the spring, like they're coming back totally healthy when the fall comes. They're ready to go.
Yeah. It sounds like if DeAndre Moore and Ryan Wingo needed to play right now, they could play right now.
Sure.
If Texas was actually playing a game this weekend, those 2 guys would be a part of it. But
not a spring game because they're not having a spring game.
No, they're not having a spring game, and we've got more sound from Steve Sarkisian because he was asked about whether or not he was happy with his decision to pull the plug on the spring game during his press conference yesterday. So we'll have that a little bit later. But I'm with you, man. Now you have 3 wide receivers with some college experience. I think Texas should still be in the market for another wide receiver.
One more. I would say one more.
And we'll start to find out more names that they could be interested in tomorrow, again, when the portal opens for every school around the country. I think you'll see more guys into the portal, and I think you'll start to hear some rumors of Texas being linked to some other pass catchers. I think they also need at least one tight end as well. But it's the 6th transfer edition for Texas in this offseason, and it's the first offensive player that the Longhorns have brought in this offseason. Remember, they got 3 defensive linemen, a linebacker, and a punter in the early window. They didn't go with anybody on the offensive side of the football. Now, finally, a day before the spring portal window opens, but because of the Stanford coaching change, they bring in their first offensive piece in this offseason.
That's a good move. I like it.
Yeah, and Steve Sarkisian last week, we played the quote on air. He said, our numbers are down at wide receiver from a scholarship standpoint. And he talked about, wanting to go to the portal. He said, quote, it's not a secret. We'll look to the portal, but I don't want to take a guy just for a number. If you're going to go in the portal, can he help that room play at an even higher level? End quotes. So you've talked about this for a couple of years now, right? Texas is at the point where they don't just need bodies from the transfer
Right.
portal. They need impact players from the portal. And Steve Sarkisian clearly feels like Emmett Mosley V can be an impact guy for the Texas Longhorns. And like you said, he's not a one-and-doner. Now, that wouldn't be a bad thing because A.D. Mitchell and Matthew Golden and Isaiah Bond and Silas Bolden, those guys were all
Sure.
one-and-doners in Austin, and they all had success. But Chris Jackson gets the chance to work with Emmett Mosley for a couple of years.
A 6'2" kid. That's
6'2" kid.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, so you get to work with this guy again who had a great freshman year. He wasn't a super highly graded recruit. I think he was the 77th ranked wide receiver in the class of 2024. But
yeah, this is where coaching will matter here with a kid like that who's got the kind of bloodlines you're talking about, got the size, got track speed, big quarterback, big receiver, that couple big receivers in the group, that'll be around for a couple years. This is fantastic for Arch, really.
It is. Yeah. Again, another proven commodity on the outside. So now you have 3 wide receivers with some pelts on the wall at this level. Obviously, pair that with some of the young guys who have been impressing in spring practice. Guys like Parker Livingstone, guys like Dalen McCutcheon and Jamie French and Kalik Lockett. There's no shortage of talent in that Texas wide receiver room, but there's a little bit of a shortage in proven commodities.
For sure. There's not a lot of experience in that. That's once again, he gets here. He can work some. Will he get here now? Oh, he's here. So he's got his stuff unpacked. He's going to be at practices. He'll get in a couple practices.
Yeah, I think so. Right.
And then he's around here for the summer. He'll get to play some catchy catch.
I think so. I don't know how the Stanford academic calendar works. Like maybe Emmett Golden has to finish up a couple of classes before he can make his way to Austin.
Yeah, those classes ought to fit here. Then again, of course, as you know, we're not worried about the student athlete anyway.
No, if anybody's worried about the school part of things, it's Emmett Golden because he went from Stanford to Texas, like 2 great academic institutions. Yeah. But do I give a crap about the student part?
You need him to be catchy catch. That's what you need to get in here as quick as possible.
Yeah, we got 5 spring practices left. Like I want Emmett Golden V to be a part of all 5 of those, or at least a couple of those, right? Get him some reps with Arch Manning. I'm sure those guys will be playing catchy catch this summer.
Yes.
Obviously, fall camp, they'll get to work out a little bit before the season starts. But, build.
That's a great get. That's a good move by Sark, or get right off the bat.
Did I call him Emmett Golden? I meant Emmett Mosley. Sorry if I keep calling him Emmett Golden.
Because you want him to be as good as the other Golden. That's what you want.
Maybe that's it, right?
You want him to be Matt Golden good.
That'd be, if he's half as good as Matt Golden, then
yes.
Because Matt Golden, it came out yesterday that he will be in Green Bay for the NFL draft. I think there are 17 players who will be attending the draft in person next Thursday. Matthew Golden, the only Longhorn who will be there. But yeah, if there's that type of future for Emmett Mosley V, then I think we're all going to be very, very happy with this acquisition. Yes. So good stuff there for Texas football. Again,
Big Tackle's not showing up. We don't have the big guy going.
No. Kelvin Banks decided not to go. I'm sure he was invited. He's a lot to be a first-round pick. I'm sure Jahdae Barron was invited to be there as well. I assume those guys are going to be hanging out with family and friends at their respective homes.
This ain't New York. This is New York. They're probably there.
I was going to say, it's a dream for a lot of these guys to get to walk across that stage and shake the commissioner's hand. But I'm sure when you were a kid, you envisioned it being somewhere better than Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Yeah. Your dream was it was in Radio City. Was it Radio? It was a music
Radio
hall
City
there?
Music Hall.
Yeah, where it used to be. Yeah, that's what you were probably thinking about as a kid.
Or, the draft has been in Vegas recently.
It's changed around. Yeah.
Nashville. It's been in Dallas, like places that are a lot more fun and a lot more convenient to get to than
but you can get in and get out of Green Bay. I would be so excited about, just like you said, coming across the stage. It doesn't matter where the hell it would be. As long as it wasn't Champaign, Illinois, probably. I think I'd show up for that.
So you'd be an in-person attendee?
I'd have to be. That's what you do all your life. That's what you've been pushing for. You spend a couple days there, so what?
Yeah, I get both sides of it, right? If you stay at home, you get to have all of your family and all of your friends around, and it's got to be cool to celebrate that moment with like all of the people that helped get you there.
Yeah, putting on the jersey. I mean, when I went to the New York Giants, just putting on a Giants jersey as a free agent when I went to my first practice, putting that on with the shoulder pads
Yeah.
was the coolest thing. I mean, I'm like I kept like looking at myself going by the mirror. I'm like, look what I got on. This isn't a BC jersey. This isn't my Pop Warner or my high school jersey. The thing says, I mean, it says New York Football. I mean, it was cool.
What
That's kind of a cool thing.
What would you do if you were drafted in the NFL in
Mhm.
2025? Because I know this wasn't as big of a televised
No,
event back in the day, but if you were drafted in the first round next Thursday and you're there in person, what are you doing as you walk across the stage? Are you doing some weird dance? Are you giving Roger Goodell a big hug? Are you lifting him off the ground? What's your
no,
move?
that dude probably could. Am I taller than he is? No.
No, Roger Goodell's pretty tall, I think.
No, I just give him a good handshake. Hey, watch my back there, Roger. Don't hit me too hard.
Well,
Let's
if you're
go.
if you're joining the NFL, I don't think you'd have the same back problems that you have right
Oh,
now.
okay. Yeah,
I
I'd give
gave
the guy a hug and I'd be on my way. I just, hey, you got two of these jerseys? Can you give me another one of those bad boys?
you're already asking him for stuff.
Yeah, why not? What the hell? I think for some of them, it's that first check they'll see with the organization's name on the check. Have to be pretty cool.
Man, it's all got to be pretty cool.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, it's like I said, just as a free agent to go to my first practice was like, I mean, it's one of those things where you're like numb to, are you really seriously? I mean, am I in the same locker room where Larry Zonka is? I was in the same, just right down, sitting right from Larry Zonka. I mean, I'm like, what? Are you kidding me?
that's awesome.
That was a big deal to me. Joe Pisarcek breaking my damn finger with one of his wobbly ass passes was like, wow,
Guy ruined your life.
God, ruined my life. Broke my middle finger.
You could be in the
Just
Hall of Fame right
dislocated
now.
dislocated my middle finger because of one of his wobble ass. Although I was a receiver and my job was to catch the wobble. I should have known. I've caught balls from him before. And dude, he threw some terrible passes, that dude.
You didn't catch it?
Oh no, it dislocated my finger.
Yeah, well, catch the ball.
I know. I got you.
You can do both.
I know.
Pop that bad boy into place and let's
Oh, I
keep
popped
going.
it. I popped it back into place.
And then stayed out there.
Oh, they tried to keep me out of that deal. I'm like, dude, I'm here on a chance. You can't do that.
Yeah, I ain't a first round pick who could sit
You
out
know.
for a couple of
And
weeks
I
with
was on a
this
I was
thing.
on a chance because the owner of the New York Football Giants' daughter lived across the hall from me for 3 years. Susie Mara. I spent my time hanging out at their place.
Hang on.
Oh yeah.
Congrats.
Susie Mara, yeah.
It's a big pull right there.
That was great. She was great. She was a great, great person too. She didn't play the old, who my dad is. But I got to see the Maras a lot. They would come to Boston College games, so I got to see, Wellington and people like that. So believe me, I showed my face every time there was a game. Anytime I had a decent game.
Yeah,
So,
as you
and I mean, I
should.
got all the. It's just like in high school being recruited. I've still got in my thing. I got a letter from the Dallas Cowboys. Gil Brandt and the
Oh,
folks. That's in my scrapbook.
yeah. What?
There was
So
a
how did you get that invite to training camp? Was it a phone call?
Yeah, it was a phone call. Yeah.
What was that call like?
Well, it wasn't the same as the call I got when John Magovic called me when I was at Boston College and said, "Hey, this is John Magovic," and I said, "F you."
Thinking he was faking?
I thought, like, what do you mean this is John Magovic? You mean for the Kansas City Chiefs? This is when he went to Illinois. Because I remember him from being at the Kansas City Chiefs. I remember him from going to a college. So
Sure.
he had to call me twice. I mean, I hung up on him the first time.
That's
I thought
awesome.
no, I thought it was a joke. I really thought it was a joke. Him calling, so he had to call the second time. He says, "No, this is John McAvey." I'm like, "Yeah,
Wow.
okay." And then somebody had to tell me, he goes, "No, he's not in. He's in college. He's out of the Kansas City Chiefs." And that's when he asked me, would I be willing to leave Boston College to come be the running back coach at Illinois? And I said, "Yeah, see you tomorrow." I'll call my coach. I'll call Jack McNell while he's on his Nike cruise.
Yeah, I'll call him while I'm driving. While I'm driving to you.
I'm out. Jack McNell heard about me leaving while he was on his cruise. While he was cruising, I was packing to leave Boston College to go to the Big Ten.
Sorry about that, boss.
And then the same stupid and all the same moves I made was when Tom Coughlin said, "Hey, Buck, would you come back to Boston College to be the running back coach?" And I said, "No, dude, I'm in the Big Ten. What are you kidding me?" And he went on from there to go to the New York Football Giants.
Yeah, you made a mistake on that.
He remembered me. He remembered me not coming back. Believe me, that guy can hold his breath.
You messed that one up. The Makovic one you got right, but turning down Coughlin was a mistake.
Dude, it wasn't that hard to turn Tom Coughlin down. Remember, I had been with him for like 5 years.
You're right. You've told stories about how if you went to go take a crap, he said, "Oh, how long is it going to take?
What time would you be back?" Anytime I'd go to lunch every day, "What time are you coming back for lunch? Is it going to be 40 minutes?" I said, I have a full hour to go to lunch. Yeah. And as a matter of fact, we never had a time limit until you came around and started making time limits.
Oh, he gave you the school treatment. You only have this much time to eat your food.
Dude, he would want to know exactly what time you're going to come back into the building. Can we start earlier? I'm like, good Lord, Tom. And I was known for getting up in the middle of meetings and saying, "I'll be right back." I was known during the Makovic meetings because those meetings were just meeting for the sake of meeting. And my ADD would kick in. I would go, "I'll be right back. I got to go to the bathroom." But then I just wander down the hall and start talking to people in the offices and come back 15 minutes later. I'm like, no.
That's a classic bit.
Oh, yeah. Just wander down and just start talking to secretaries and people that I'd meet.
He wasn't having it.
I wasn't having that meeting. That stuff was like, hey, we just went over that. I know I got things going on, but I'm not stupid. Let's go. Let's not meet for the say, "Hey, we met, didn't we?" Yeah,
right.
Really.
That's it. You got to have a meeting to talk about the meeting you just had. And that's how it works.
Dude, I would be meeting with Makovic. We'd be there at Belmont Hall at 1:00 in the morning.
Nope.
We'd still be there at 1 in the morning going over game plans. Like, okay, we said this 15 minutes ago. We're going to repeat this again. It's 12:15. It's the next day, coach. I got to come right back here at 7 a.m.
Did Makovic win enough to be doing stuff like that?
No, but the university paid enough that I had to sit there and go through it.
There you go. We'll take that. We will take that. All right, Emmett Mosley V, your newest Texas Longhorn. By the way, if you're looking for a game to watch from Mosley's freshman season at Stanford, check out what he did against Louisville on November 16th. How about 13 catches, 168 yards, and 3 touchdowns in a 3-point Stanford win over Louisville. He also, he finished the season strong. That was the third to the last game of the year for Stanford. In the second to last game of the year, he had 6 catches for 63 yards and a touchdown. And then in Stanford's season finale, 7 catches, 101 yards, and a touchdown. So his last 3 games, he had 5 touchdowns, more than 350 yards receiving, and 26 catches. So he had a pretty solid campaign up to that point, but he really figured something out down the stretch. And again, if you're just looking for some tape to watch on Emmett Mosley V to try to figure out what the Longhorns are getting with their new receiver, go look at what he did against Louisville. By the way, Stanford, I know the ACC was terrible last year, but did play in the ACC. So it is technically a power conference. So this is not like, I know the SEC is a hell of a lot better than the ACC, but this is not just some random D2 guy or some random G5 guy who you're getting. This is a guy in his freshman season at a power conference put up some really, really solid numbers. So plenty of reasons to be a fan of this edition. And again, we will see if Texas brings in another portal.
I'd say go for one more and find a tight end while you're looking.
Yeah, tight end I think is the bigger need now, right? You've got 0 returning production in that tight end room, and one of the guys who was expected to be a big-time contributor at that position is out for the spring with an injury with Jordan Washington. So, yeah, I think Texas will definitely be in the market for a tight end. I think that is now the biggest offensive need that they have, and we'll see, again, what names start to trickle into the portal tomorrow. We'll see who Texas ends up with.
Yeah, Coughlin did. He went from BC right to the Jags.
There you go.
Did a
Big
great
step
job
up.
with Jacksonville.
Yeah. And went to New York after that.
Yep.
There you go. Worked out pretty well for him
Certainly did, man.
with the G-men. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Coda text line 512-222-9328. The YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. We'll let you hear from Steve Sarkisian in an hour two, but in a moment, we got to talk about Texas basketball's newest transfer edition. Yeah, the good news wasn't just for Longhorn football. We've got something to talk about for Sean Miller's squad. But before we shift gears, how about our first round of sponsors shout outs?
Folks, Relax the Back embraces a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle, and my back could not be happier. Based on 35 years of proven expertise, if you've got a bad back, they have a solution for you. If you got bad shoulders, necks, hips, the whole works. Let Relax the Back and all the different accessories that they have get you straight. Select massage chairs. They've got Tempur-Pedic mattresses and pillows. You know, they've got those human scale office chairs, desks, and like I said, all the accessories that you need to make yourself feel better. I've been sleeping in the big taco here for the last couple nights. So believe me, I've got my vibrating ball that I'll be using today before I go play a little bit of golf. If you've got a loved one that's complaining about shoulders and neck pain, head on over to Relax the Back and let them hook you up with one of the things or two of the things or all of the things that are going to help you feel and sleep a lot better. Two great locations at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back. Love those folks.
Yes, indeed. Likewise. And also love the folks at centextickets.com. You got a home baseball game tonight, and you've got a home series coming up this weekend for the number one team in the country. If you want to watch Longhorn baseball in person this week or at any point this season, get your tickets online at centextickets.com. And it's not just Texas baseball. They got you covered for Texas softball. They got you covered for Major League Baseball. If you want to head down to H-Town, if you want to head up to Arlington to watch an MLB game, you can get tickets online at centextickets.com. Plus concert tickets, comedy shows, Broadway shows, festivals, you name it. Any live event coming to the great state of Texas or anywhere in the country, you can get tickets online at centextickets.com. Don't forget to use the promo code CENTEX10 at checkout to get 10% off of any ticket purchase. Again, online at centextickets.com.
And, of course, our friends at Hat Creek Burger. Today's a Hat Creek day, it seems like, for me before I go play a little golf. So if I'm going to get that double today is my day. One more Fish Friday coming up, but it's not a Fish Tuesday. It's a Hat Creek Tuesday. And they've got 25 locations in the Texas, throughout the Texas area from Houston to the Metroplex, but it all started right here in the Austin area, and their locations are fabulous. They've got playscapes for kids, alcohol for adults, and they've got the great beef and the great shakes and fries at Hat Creek Burger. By the way, at your local locations, find out about their Hat Creek breakfast, because some have breakfast where they've got waffles, pancakes, sausage, tacos, the works. They do a great job of their breakfast tacos at Hat Creek Burger, which they're opened up at 7 a.m. in some of your local Hat Creek locations.
Yeah, I love our friends at Hat Creek Burger Company. A fantastic meal and a ton of fun every time you go in. Love them. And a shout out to our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics as well. Hey, I'm rocking a 34 Wine and Spirits hat
Very
this
nice.
morning. This hat was made by our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. So they not only make our merch, but they make the merch for 34 Wine and Spirits, and they make the merch for a ton of local companies, and they can do the same for you and your company. If you need hats, shirts, signs, posters, stickers, decals, those might be the same thing. Whatever. They've got you covered. Waterloo Printing and Graphics, based right here in South Austin, can get you what you need, and they can get you what you need very, very quickly. Just reach out to our buddy Adam. You can call or text him at 512-300-9641.
Nice. You know, BK, you know the difference between my wife snoring and a freight train?
What's that?
Freight train eventually stops.
Oh, no. Is that why you've been sleeping in the big taco?
Oh, my goodness.
I figured you had screwed up and you got the boots.
No, I'm looking for a good 4 hours. That's all I'm looking for.
Is this a new development?
Yeah, you know, she's already had the rubber hose up her nose thing. She's already gone through that treatment. And it really worked. This is something that's just started over the last, just before she went to Israel, this deal. And I'm an incredibly light sleeper. I mean, I hear the dogs bark, but I'm used to that sound, you know, that bark sound outside, so I can sleep through it. But anything that wheezes, sneezes. I mean, it's like that movie Apocalypse, Apocalypse Now. It's
Yeah,
like that dun 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 dun. That's what it sounds like. I'm like, whoa,
that's a crazy snore if it sounds like that.
dude. And I get up and I don't, and she's wonderful. She says, hey, listen, I'll go sleep in the other room. And she did it for the first couple of nights when she got back from Israel because, diets change, different kind of foods, and it gets to her a little bit congestion wise. But it's now, I mean, no, I can take it. I'll just go to bed even earlier. And I go to bed early as it is. I can't get into bed. It's still light outside. But dude, it was only a matter of maybe an hour into her coming in there after I was in there. And it started. And it goes. And at 10:30, I get up, I walk up the stairs, I get in the big taco. So I sleep until I can't do it anymore. And it's 12:30, 1 o'clock. I go back down. I go into the bed for about 40 minutes. I get back up. I come back upstairs here and then I go back down at 3:45. I get my best sleep from 3:45 to 5:30. That's not good.
Oh, no, it's better to get just like 4 hours of continuous sleep than like 8 hours of on and off sleep like that.
Yeah. So
That'll ruin your night. You got to take her to Sleep Cycle Center. Our friends at Sleep Cycle Center, they do.
I think she's done that. Like I said, she's been up her nose with a rubber hose or whatever they do.
Well,
And that
they got some other options outside of the CPAP or whatever else she has maybe tried.
about me putting my finger on her nose and my hand over her mouth. Does that work?
That would work. I mean, you could just take a pillow and gently press down on her
I try
head.
to do everything. Everything guys get done to them where they get kicked in the middle of the night or you put your leg across somebody and then they move over and they start all over. I try some things, but it's just, I don't know. And I don't want to do anything that all of a sudden a gunshot goes off,
Yeah, definitely don't do that.
because remember, it's not an accident.
It's not an accident. No.
Yes.
Yeah, you got to go to Sleep Cycle Center, or one of y'all has to go to the guest room. You got that extra bedroom in your place. Like, I know you want to
Yeah.
sleep next to your wife, but you got to sleep.
Yeah, I feel that way now. Generally, I can survive on 4 good hours. I mean, I don't have any problems with that, but I can't do those 2 up, 1 down, 2. It's just too hard on me.
Yeah, that's tough on
Plus,
anybody.
yesterday was a hot bitch outside, man, doing stuff outside. I mean, I was ready to just and I've been known for snoring, but that's when I was drinking, and it's been a long time since I had that thing going on. So,
Yeah. It's,
but I'll get over it. I mean, I've taken some Advil. That big taco, though, man, my back it's like it grabs my back and it's like there's somebody punching me inside of the sofa. There's somebody pinching or punching me. And dude, the other night, for some odd reason, I must have, feeding the cats. I left the sliding glass door open for 2 seconds. I had a mosquito that came bomb diving at me twice during the course of the night. Oh,
oh, got you twice?
well, it didn't get me. The first time it went past me, I shoot it away.
Yeah.
The next time, I think I got it because it never came back a third time. I think I slapped myself in the side of the face, but I think I got the mosquito.
Hey, whatever it takes.
And generally, if that happens to me, I will cut the light on in a room and I will seek that thing out. I don't care if it takes me an hour to find it.
Well, you're walking around with your 9 looking for that mosquito.
Oh yeah, dude. I can't. That's one thing I can't. That's why I don't do campouts because I can't imagine a mosquito. That thing would drive. I wouldn't sleep a week. I'm a very, very light sleeper.
Yeah. There's a lot of sounds when you camp out
Oh my, too many.
throughout the night. Yeah, you got bugs, you got other animals, you got rustling of leaves, you
The
got
squirrels, the cousins from the squirrels that I've run over.
you got to worry about someone serving you baked potatoes.
Absolutely, man.
You got to worry about someone giving you D's nuts in the form of a tea bag. I mean, there are things.
I've got my brothers and sisters. They still do that stuff. They go to the beach. They go to beaches or lakes and places, and they camp out on the beach. Don't there mosquitoes and all kinds of little crazy things that are on beaches? I don't care what kind of tent you have. I can't do it.
You
I'm
got to
not
worry
a
about the
camper.
sand. The
Dude,
sand gets everywhere too when you're on the beach.
So I am not a beach person. I'm a lake person.
Mm.
I go to the screened-in porch and holler at you while you're on the beach. Hey, you having a good time? I'm in there waving in the screened-in porch. Yeah, I'm outside.
You
But I
won't
don't
even
do
sit and hang on the beach?
dude, I don't like the sand, period.
Wow. Oh man. Love the beach.
Screened in porch guy. I'll holler at you from the veranda or the
There you go.
cabana. The cabana.
Oh, man.
Cabana
All right.
Buck. That's who I am.
Cabana Buck. I like that nickname.
Yeah, man. I don't get out there in the beach. I don't like the sand. I didn't like the sand when it used to get in my trunks. I don't like it anywhere.
No. Yeah, you and Carly Simon had a nice
Yeah,
sandy
but that was
experience.
cabana. That was cabana itself. That was
Ah.
all wood. That was all wood for sure.
Yeah, it sounds like there was some wood involved in the making of that story. That's for sure. All right, go see our friends at Sleep Cycle Center. And our guy
Yes.
Double D says we need better solutions. Our friends at Sleep Cycle Center, they're 2 Austin area locations. They've got alternatives to CPAP. So if you do have snoring problems, or if your loved one has snoring problems,
Yeah, I heard that stuff works.
see
I
'em.
know a lot of people it's worked for. Like I said, she's gone and done some things. And for a while it was working. It's just that I don't know.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what it is. It just is.
it is. Yeah, you don't care why it happens. You just care that it happens, and you want it to stop. So, yeah, that's a pain for sure.
Plus, that stuff can be. You can die from that kind of stuff, can't you?
That's why you need to get it taken care of, right? It's easy to
Oh, it's
just
not
say,
for
well,
me. Oh no, of course it just couldn't be for me.
right, right. That's why, you could say, oh, I'll sleep on the couch or I'll sleep in the guest room, but you got to worry about your health. I mean, Reggie White died from sleep apnea. Like, people actually lose their lives because they snore because they can't breathe and their airways are blocked.
Wow.
And yeah, it could be bad. So it's something worth getting taken care of if you have the means to do so. By the way, Sleep Cycle Center, if you mention Texas Sports Unfiltered, you're going to get $100 off a sleep study.
Now you're
So
talking.
they're hooking you up, everybody out there. So if that's an issue you have, Chip and Zay talk about those guys every day. They will take care of you if you need them. Talk a little Texas.
Big ass Zay. I can imagine that dude at night. Oh, he's talking about a locomotive going through. Man,
Oh, man. Yeah, I don't
that's
know.
a big man. That's a big man.
Can't remember if Zay is a snorer or not. We shared a room at SEC Media Days last summer, and I think he was. I think he was a snorer.
Oh, you know him. I mean, you know it. They, like I said, it sounded like Apocalypse Now sounds last night. Dun, 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 dun. I'm like, whoa.
I think I popped some headphones in to
Oh
go
my.
to sleep.
And I can't sleep with earplugs in. I can't do that.
Yeah, I don't love it. I
No.
went with like an AirPod, just one. I'm a side sleeper, so like one ear on the pillow and the other ear had the AirPod in, and I just had like white noise playing. That's
No,
what I
dude.
do
I got to
whenever I'm
hear
with the
everything that
snore.
goes on. I got to hear everything that goes on in my home. I mean, I
Yeah.
want to hear what's coming in from the other side of the building. That's me.
Yeah, you're paranoid.
I'm a paranoid dude. Is right. You're right
Yes.
about that.
Yes, you are. All right, a little Texas basketball here.
Yes,
Sean
sir.
Miller continues to cook. What do the kids say? Let him cook. Sean
Yep.
Miller's cooking with bacon grease right now because Texas basketball just picked up another transfer portal commitment. Yesterday, it's the second commit who is following Sean Miller from Xavier. Of course, the Horns landed 6'8" wing Dalen Swain a couple of weeks ago, right after Miller took the gig here in Austin. Now the Horns have themselves a new big man. This is a guy we talked about last week as a potential possibility for Texas basketball. Well, now it is official. 6'10" big man Lacina Traore has committed to Texas and will join the Longhorns for the upcoming 2025-2026 season. Lacina Traore.
Nice.
Apparently, there's a very good soccer player in Europe with the same name. So if you just YouTube or Google Lacina Traore, you're going to see some guy playing soccer. You're like, holy shit, we got this guy. He could play both. No, this is a different Lacina Traore, who obviously plays college basketball.
Nice.
We mentioned that he transferred from Xavier. He actually never played for Sean Miller in Xavier because he suffered a season-ending knee injury during an inter-squad scrimmage last October, right before the college basketball season even started, and he missed the entirety of the year. So this is not a guy that Texas saw
So he's
in the
been
first
rehabbing
four.
the whole time.
Yeah, this is a guy who's been rehabbing for the last year. Texas didn't see him in the first four, and nobody saw him at Xavier because, again, he was rehabbing from a pretty serious knee injury, but he transferred to Xavier from Long Beach State, where he averaged 12.5 points and 10.5 rebounds in his 2 years for the 49ers. And he helped lead Long Beach State to the NCAA tournament in his final season in 2024. He also led the conference in rebounding in 2024. When
That's
you think
awesome. That's great because I sure don't want to see him sitting on the sideline with a ice pack on his knee for 2 years.
right. Yeah. And when you think about some of the things that plagued the Longhorns this past season, rebounding was maybe at the top of that list,
Yes.
right? They just didn't have enough talent in the front court. They didn't have enough depth in the front court. And the guys that they had, they weren't elite rebounders. And Texas really struggled against teams with size and teams that could rebound well. And now the Longhorns have brought in two big men transfers, two guys who can rebound really well. And again, Lucina Traore not only led his team, but led his conference in rebounding the last time he played in college basketball.
Nice.
I think he was 12th in the country in rebounding in his final year at Long Beach State, averaging 10.3 per game. He had 15 double-doubles, again, averaged 12 points per game, scoring as well. So this is a guy who's a low-post threat on offense and also can be a rim protector and a rebounder on defense. I found this quote from Sean Miller. This is from last October. So when Sean Miller was the coach at Xavier and when Traore got hurt, right? So Sean Miller said, quote, Lucina was going to be a starter on this year's team. He had a great summer in preseason where he improved his game as much as any player in our program. He emerged to be our team's best rebounder, low post defender, and shot blocker. He was in superior condition and became a tone center for everything that impacts winning. We will miss Lucina's ability and presence. No one player can replace him. All of us will have to do more, and we eagerly await his return to the basketball court in the 25-26 season.
Very nice. That's well said for a guy right there. That's a lot. That tells you a lot.
Yeah, high
He didn't have to
praise.
say that much, but he said a lot right there.
No doubt. And that's another reason why you should be impressed by what Sean Miller was able to do this past season at Xavier, leading the Musketeers to the tournament. They obviously won that first 4 game against Texas, but they lost their best big and their starting center like 2 weeks before the season started, and they still found a way to finish top 4 in the Big East and, again, make it to the NCAA tournament. So that was a big missing piece for the Musketeers this past season. Sean Miller said, we eagerly await his return to the basketball court in 25-26. Well, that return to the court will now be for the Texas Longhorns.
Good stuff.
Yeah, this was needed. Again, Texas just didn't have enough down low last year. Caden Shedrick was fine. He was serviceable. But the biggest problem with Texas is, front court is that they just didn't have a quality number 2. Now the Longhorns have Traore, and they've got the 7-footer Matas Vokatitis.
Very nice.
From FAU, who we talked about last week. You have got size that you didn't have last year, meaning the size problems that you dealt with in the SEC shouldn't be a recurring theme for Texas next season.
Now go find a guard still.
Yeah, you still have 2 scholarships available if my count is correct. And I would love for the Longhorns to go out and find a guard. Right now it's Tremont Mark and I guess Jordan Pope is your likely point guards for this team. And
let me ask you, we keep saying you don't want Tremont Mark as a guard. What if that were the case? Would you be okay? I mean, the way he played at the end of the season, could he last a season being the guy bringing the ball up?
I mean, I'm perfectly fine with Tremont Mark playing some point guard. I just don't want him to be
during the course of every game. Yes.
Yeah. I just don't want him to be this team's primary point guard. Like I want them to have another option to run the offense. Right.
Yeah, he's better. He would be better off the ball if you could get things going through him that way. But if they work through him from the get-go, that's not a bad thing, I wouldn't think.
No. I mean, that was when Texas was at its best this year.
Yeah, it really, really was. So I'm always thinking about, why are we always saying that maybe that's not good for him? I mean, maybe that'll wear him down because he's got to play defense too, which he does a decent job at.
Yeah.
It just seems like a lot.
Defenders. You're right. No, it is a lot. Again, I have no problem with Tremont Mark being a point guard at times this year. I don't think he's a natural, true point guard. I think he looked so good running the show for Texas because, the other 2 guys were so bad at it.
Yeah, okay.
Like if Texas had a true legit, but like if use like Isaiah Taylor as an example, like a former Texas point guard who was here about a decade ago. If Texas had that guy running the show, then Tremont Mark, it's like, no, we don't ever want you playing point. Like we're good. We've got a guy who is meant for this job. But because Julian Larry and Jordan Pope were just so bad at that, and the Texas offense got stuck in the mud so often with those guys, then Tremont Mark looked like I mean, Bob freaking Cousy out there.
Yeah, he did. You're right.
The way the Texas offense was moving it a little more. So I think Tremont Mark could succeed at that role, especially with Sean Miller's more free-flowing offense that has more ball and player movement.
Well,
So
you
again,
have to be able to at least get the ball up the court.
yeah,
and not
you
get
got to
caught,
have that. You got to be able to break a freaking press, which another issue that plagued Texas at times this season. But yeah, I want one more, like one real true point guard
Sure.
to at least split those duties with Tremont Mark this
Okay.
year. I just don't want Mark and Pope being the plan at the point. So it's hard to find. There's not a ton of elite point guards that are left in the portal. Hell, there weren't a ton that even entered the portal at the start of the offseason. But I'd like to go find somebody who at least has more of that in their background than Tremont Mark and Jordan Pope, who I think are two guards kind of trying to play the one right now. But yeah, a couple of scholarships left to fill, and hopefully Texas is in the market for. If they can get another big, that'd be great. But I think a point guard and maybe another combo guard / wing would work. And if Texas wants to go like one player who can help them now, and then one sort of stash guy who is maybe a high schooler who has yet to sign, or just a very young player coming off of his freshman year who's got some more long-term potential, I'd be okay with that. Or hell, if they want to get two guys who help next season, I'm a win now type of guy. I think we all are. So I would not complain about that at all. So good get for Texas. Lacina Traore commits to the Longhorns yesterday. Another portal addition. You've got Traore, you've got Dalen Swain, you've got Mathis Vokatitis, and you've got Cam Heide all coming to the Longhorns through the portal. And, of course, Sean Miller was able to keep Kendall Weaver and Tremont Mark and Jordan Pope and Nick Cody here in Austin. So
it'll be interesting to see just Kendall Weaver for him. What will he be able to improve on? I mean, I would just say just be on the court. That would be an improvement.
Yeah, that's the big thing, right? Staying healthy.
Yeah.
He's got to work on his offensive game, of course. Like he's a freak athlete, and he's an elite defender, and he's an elite rebounder for a guy his size.
For sure.
And he makes all of those winning plays that you want a guy to make. But
every once in a while, he'll shoot a three when you're going, no, and then you're going, yeah, nice shot.
He looked a little better at that late when he did come back from that injury. But yeah, that's the weakness for Kendall Weaver. That's where he can improve the most, is just his overall offensive game.
Sure.
Again, he's got the quickness to blow by just about anybody.
Oh, yeah, he can get to the free throw line.
Yeah, so if he can get better at just finishing at the cup and, getting to the free throw line, then that's all you need. Obviously, if he can add three-point shooting to his game, then that's going to turn him into an NBA player, and that's going to help this team so much moving forward. But yeah, just if he could add some sort of consistent element to his offensive game.
You mean like a consistent 15-footer when he's open, just go ahead and hit it?
Yeah, driving, mid-range, or the three ball. Like any of those things, if he's good enough at that, then that's going to help out a ton. He needs to just get shots up. Like
he just needs to get on the court. That's what he needs to do.
Yeah, well, this offseason should be like just taking hundreds and hundreds of shots every single day.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
I'm not talking about the shots I took in college or the shots you maybe took in college.
There you go.
Talking about in the gym. But yeah, that's the next step for Weaver. But look, I think he got better from year 1 to year 2 at Texas.
He did.
We didn't see it enough because he was hurt with that hip flexor for most of conference play.
He needs to be on the court, and he'll find his way. He'll practice all summer long, and he'll just be ready. But he just needs to be healthy. You're right. You can't afford to have him bumped up.
It's a totally different 24-25 campaign if Kendall Weaver doesn't miss those 15 straight games.
I believe it is, yes.
And Rodney Terry, we might still be talking about Rodney Terry as the head coach for Texas. Like that's how much of an impact that Kendall Weaver can make. And then, well, I say that, and I'm sure there are some listeners out there who are like, "Oh, thank God he got hurt."
Yeah, of course they are.
Thank God.
Not your 7 guys. Not your 7 though. Not your Elite 8.
Yeah, let me send a text here to the Elite 8 and see what they feel about the matter.
They like it just the way it is, believe me.
Yeah, I'm a Sean Miller guy. I think it's an upgrade over Rodney Terry. And again, I think he's done about as good of a job as he realistically could have done when it comes to filling this roster. Obviously, look, roster building is one thing, but you got to get these guys to play well together.
Absolutely. You can bring them all together. If they don't play well together, it doesn't matter.
No, Texas started as a top 20 team in America for a reason this past year. They had plenty of talent on this roster. The guys just couldn't come together and play
No.
well. They just didn't mesh and gel the way that you wanted them to. Sean Miller's putting together a roster that is going to be talented. We'll see what it looks like when it's all said and done. I don't want to make any proclamations about just where this stacks up with other teams in the country, but now it's obviously Sean Miller's job to get these guys to know their roles and play well as a team.
Any rumors on Rodney Terry, what he's going to do?
I haven't heard anything about RT. I think there are still a couple of jobs open, but not many at this point in the off season. So he might just sit this year and weigh his options and just pick from the litter next year.
Yeah, that may happen. Yeah.
But yeah, I did a quick Google search for his name and I don't see anything about where he's going, even rumors about where he could be going.
Interesting.
Maybe he's taking a few months to collect himself and spending some of that buyout money that he's
there
getting.
You go.
That's what I would do. Shit, why would you rush back to work when you're getting millions of dollars to sit on your ass?
No, it's time to relax a little bit.
How do I get that buyout money? I didn't get
No,
any of that.
And you can't see him as going to be an assistant anywhere. He's just it's that time in his career where, but you don't maybe not get those kind of opportunities at the level he wants to get to. I'm pretty sure there's been some others that it's not like being at a Texas or anything like that, but where he's had some opportunities, he probably just said, no thanks. Yeah. I'd rather go ahead and sit this one out.
I'm sure he's gotten offered. I mean, Rodney Terry's been a coach for a long time, so he's built up a ton of connections throughout the industry. I'm sure he was offered at least one or two assistant gigs.
Oh, no doubt.
To this point, he hasn't taken any. So, yeah, he could be a head coach at a mid-major program, if not this year, as soon as next year. But if he'd rather be an assistant at a Power 5 team, then I think he could definitely be that.
No, I just kind of probably take a year to reflect on stuff.
Yeah, I wonder, like, he and Rick Barnes are boys. Like, I wonder, he was an assistant under Rick Barnes at Texas. So I wonder if Barnes called or will call and say, hey, man, if you want to come to this UT and be an assistant on my staff, we'd be happy to have you. I don't know if that's happened.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I'm sure calls like that have been made with RT. And again, to this point, has yet to.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. You need to chill a while. Like you're chilling right there in space.
Oh, there we go.
Now you're back. There you go.
I didn't like that. That was a scary.
That was a kind of scary look right there. That was a little frightening.
Hey, Katy Perry, fix the satellites up there. Come on.
Do something while you're up there.
Yeah, quit singing while you're in space here and make yourself useful, all right?
Wow.
We need you.
Yeah, all right. I'd have loved to have been in a seat with all those. I'd have been in a seat on the other side of them, listening to them have their discussions. That could have been fun.
Are you saying you would have loved to have been the seat that Katy Perry was sitting on?
If necessary.
Yeah, well, I would have been happy to do that as well. I would have hoped it was necessary. But yeah, there's some videos that surfaced, and I thought about cutting them up, but it's really them just like, woo, yeah, woo.
Like a carnival ride?
Yeah, just like cheering and oh my God, we're here. And just
it's good we passed on that. Okay, now tell me about the Tennessee kid. Tell me what's going on. Tell me about the move that this guy's going to make. I'm saying this guy is on a direction to make a bad decision now. He's already made a bad decision by trying to strong arm the University of Tennessee, which he didn't need to do. He was making plenty of money. I don't know if it's his dad, his uncle, his brother's uncle, or whatever the hell it is that has got him into this point. But this sounds like the point, BK, where he goes and looks for the money and not the right place and tries to get involved in the money alone and doesn't get better as a quarterback. I hope that doesn't happen to him. I hope now that I think he's made a bad decision, that he can come back and make a good one, or his dad leads him in a direction that's not about the money.
That's a good tease. We'll get to that in a second. We also have some Steve Sarkisian sound talking about Nico Iamaleava and that wild situation out of the University of Tennessee. But before we get back into the college football, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Some of the guys over at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway. There it is. BK has the hat on for all your alcohol needs. It doesn't matter if it's a big sporting event or you're having a big neighborhood party. Call on the guys. They will deliver alcohol to you. They're a wholesale distributor with a wonderful liquor store at 4601 Southwest Parkway, right at the corner there before you hit Mopac. And it is a great place because that's where you'll find Altstadt Beer. And you'll find Altstadt Beer at a lot of different locations, but they have all the different types of Altstadt Beer there as the trucks roll in every day at 34 Wine and Spirits.
Yes, indeed. And speaking of the Altstadt Beer, if you've got some family coming to town for the holiday and you,
There you go.
want something to do, maybe on Saturday, I'm sure you've got plans for Easter Sunday, but if you are
Nothing
looking
like
for
it on an
something to
Easter
do,
Sunday to go ahead and get sloshed.
hey, I feel like that's what a lot of people do.
Dale celebration. Go ahead and get sloshed.
Yeah, you can do that with your Altstadt Beer, but if
There
you've
you
got folks
go.
coming to town and you're like wanting to get them out of the house, how about a trip down to the Altstadt Brewery
Nice.
in Fredericksburg? It's a scenic drive right in the heart of the beautiful Central Texas Hill Country. The Altstadt Brewery, a unique destination to enjoy world-class beer. You're going to listen to live music. They've got the great outdoor beer garden. They also have the German-style restaurant serving up all sorts of European cuisine. I'm telling you, there's so much to do at the Altstadt Brewery. It's the perfect day trip for the beer drinkers in your life. It's open every Wednesday to Sunday. So if you want to go down there in the middle of the week, you can make that happen as well. Check out the Altstadt Brewery in Fredericksburg for more information and to plan your next trip. Just go over to their website, altstadtbeer.com. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
There you go.
And a shout out to our friends at AV Consultations as well. Love our guy, Tom McKay. You celebrated a birthday yesterday.
Very nice.
So happy belated birthday,
Which
Tom.
means he's not in town. He's probably in Beantown then.
He was in Beantown over the weekend, but
Oh, okay. He's back home?
Back to work yesterday.
Get back to work. There you go.
That guy doesn't mess around. And that's why AV Consultations is the best in the business, because they don't mess around. Look, they like to have fun. They'll crack some jokes. They'll have a good time, but they don't mess around with their quality of work. You can just see right behind me, if you're watching on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, or Twitch, just how good of a job that they do. They've got these two TVs professionally mounted right behind me. They look great. They work great. There's no wire sticking out. If I did this, there'd be all sorts of holes in the wall. There'd be wires everywhere, and it would break every other day. I don't have to do it because I just call AV Consultations, and they take care of everything for me. They've hooked up thousands of Central Texans over the last 3.5 decades. They've been around since 1988. They can take care of you as well. All you have to do is give them a call at 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678, or you can find out more online at avconsultations.com.
Very nice. Very nice.
All right, so the latest on Nico Iamaleava. Not a whole lot has transpired since yesterday's program.
His dad hasn't taken to social media.
No. Well, Nico, still technically isn't in the transfer portal because he's not allowed to enter the portal until it opens tomorrow. But we all know he is going to portal as soon as he can. There have been a couple of schools that have been rumored to be interested in Nico Iamaleava. One of those schools was, emphasis on was, North Carolina. Some thought that maybe Bill Belichick could be in the market for a new quarterback. And hey, how about that for a splash, right? That's the biggest hire of the college football offseason, and you go in, bring in maybe the biggest transfer quarterback in this offseason. But apparently North Carolina is no longer interested in Nico Iamaleava.
Yeah, somebody in his camp opened up their mouth and they said, "Okay, that's all right. We'll pass."
Yeah, and I think they're worried about the huge asking price from Nico's family.
Yeah, I just think you've not made a good move. Somebody has taught you into something. Now it's about getting better as a quarterback. You'll make enough money to last you a football season or two there. So you don't want to double up a bad decision. As somebody said, hey kids, don't be like Nico. Make sure you have another job before you quit the one you currently have. Yeah. It's true. It's true.
Yeah, like it's hard to compare what Nico's going through to what we would go through in the job market. But yeah, there's obviously some risk involved. Like Nico, I think Nico thought he was going to get that money from Tennessee.
Sure he did.
and Nico's dad and
Does it sound
Nico's
like they
agent.
ponied up before the playoffs anyway?
Right. Like, I think he thought that he was going to be able to get exactly what he was looking for without having to portal, and Tennessee called his bluff.
Yeah, now
So,
let's get more. Now that they said yes to that, let's get more. Okay,
yeah,
sorry.
Tennessee's like, no, thank you. And we played the sound from Josh Heupel yesterday. He's like, no one man is bigger than the power T, as they call it.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
they said thanks, but no thanks. And that now it's like, all right, does somebody give Nico exactly what he's looking for, or see if they take a bit of a pay cut to
oh,
go
he's going to
somewhere
take a pay
else?
cut. He's not going to get the same money that he was actually getting where he just was, I don't believe. I don't think anybody's going
Ooh,
to play that, $2.4 million game with him. I think they're going to say, no, no thanks. You'll do the
no.
same thing to us.
That's what he was reportedly making at Tennessee, $2 to $2.5 million. So,
Yeah.
yeah, we'll see if he's even able to get that on the open market. USC was rumored to be interested, but it sounds like they're out. Notre Dame was rumored to be interested, but it sounds like they're out. UCLA is another school that has been discussed.
That's in Los Angeles.
Thank you very much, Coach. Tulane is apparently
What?
because they lost their quarterback to Duke in the portal. So maybe they go to Tennessee to get their next one.
Okay, now I could see him headed to a place like Tulane, but he's not going to get that kind of money.
I was going to say, can Tulane pay $3 to $4 million
No,
next season for a
no,
quarterback?
no, but they've been winning. They've been going to bowls. They've been into playoffs. I can see them wanting to win to the point of saying, hey, we'll give you, $1 million or whatever. You're not going to get what you were going to get at Tennessee. You screwed that up. We're not even taking that chance, but we'll give you $1 million, $500,000. You think you can live with that for a year, kid, and maybe get better as a quarterback? And if he says, I don't think he'll get as much as he got at Tennessee. I think he soiled himself on that. Or his dad soiled the kid
Yeah,
on
I
that.
hope you're right. Like, I would love if every college football program kind of took a stand here and said, no, we're not going to let this set a precedent of student athletes getting everything that they want anytime that they want.
He just wasn't that good. I mean, he was just on his way to a year of learning, and maybe the next year getting better. And, that team was getting better. But that's just bailing out right there. It's almost like bailing out. Not only, I know people will talk about the money, but that's bailing out on your future in that position,
Yeah, I mean, he went all in with like a 10-9.
Yeah.
Didn't have a great hand. He went all in with it, and he lost. And he's going to lose a lot of money because of it.
Yes, he is. And if his
So,
dad brokered that decision, boy, that was a dumb thing to do to your kid.
yeah,
It was plenty
parents,
of money, Pops. It
there's
was plenty
always
of money.
oh, for sure. There's always parents and agents and uncle. Everyone's got their uncle who wants a
Yeah.
piece of the pie. And hey, we made this much. Well, why can't we make this much? Let's see if we can do it. And they got a little too greedy. Again, they
Yeah,
overplayed their hand.
not everybody needs a strength and conditioning coach besides the one that you got where you are, or an extra mental coach, just in case you can't throw the out route, or another quarterback coach. I mean, not everybody needs that.
You could pay all of those guys with $2.5 million.
Pretty much so, yeah. Here's 35 for you. Here's 40 for you. That's fine. Let's go. You
Yeah.
can take about 150,000. You're right, BK, and pay them all.
Here's Steve Sarkisian, by the way, because he was asked about this at his media availability yesterday. At first he was asked, hey, what would happen if something like this happened at Texas? And he gave his classic, I don't do hypotheticals. I don't do hypotheticals. But then he was asked more specifically about the situation at Tennessee, and here's what Coach Sark had to say about it.
I think it's a difficult one for Nico and his family. It's a difficult one for Coach Heupel and Tennessee and what they're trying to do. Ultimately, we all only have so much money to operate within, and we're all trying to build a team. And that's one of the beautiful things about football. It's the ultimate team sport. And so no different than if you were in the NFL, sometimes when your hand gets forced and you only have so much money that you can allocate, what do you have to do what's best for the team. And I think Tennessee has made that decision from what I can tell. I haven't talked to Josh, but from what I can tell, and in Nico's camp and in their opinion, they're trying to do what's best for the young man. And so, but this is what we've created, right? We've created this environment that it was this was going to come to a head at some point. And it was just a matter of which school was it going to happen with first. And so why were we in DC this week? This is a prime example to try to minimize some of these situations that just occurred.
And that's the way you do it right there. You just say, nope, program's too big for you. You're getting plenty. I mean, that's not a bad situation for that kid's family. I know Sark was trying to be nice and put everybody in the circle. That family was doing just fine with $2.5 million. Come on.
Yeah.
I mean, be serious. You can feed a lot of families for $2.5 million. You can get your car. You can survive your semester or two or whatever it is. That's just a bunch of junk. That's just somebody trying to take advantage of. It's not taking advantage. It's just you can ask the question, do you have this amount for me? And when they say no, you know what you do? You're doing like he does. You either leave or you accept what you got.
Yeah.
He's made. It's not a bad. It's not. I'm not truly blaming it on the kid either. But the part about him leaving the spot and that not being enough is the part that would bother me, because that's plenty.
No, that's where you can make your sort of real world comparison, right?
Right. Absolutely.
You can go to your boss today and ask for a raise, and he or she might say no, and then all right, you got a decision to make. What do? You stick around and ride it out and hope you get that raise at some point down the road, or does that open the door for you to look at other options? And that's what Tennessee is doing. But I kind of hate this for Nico. I get it. He's 19. He's old enough to fight in a war, so I don't want to make him sound like he's this little kid. But
Sure.
I do feel like this is more of a dad issue than a kid issue. But somebody needed to be made an example here.
Yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely right. It was going to happen anyway to somebody.
Like Sark kind of said it. I mean, this is an incredibly greedy market right now, with these kids asking for and getting so much. And again, you and I were on the record. We want these kids to get paid, but it's just become so ridiculous that, it's gotten greedy. And somebody needed to be made an example of here to just kind of get things back on track and really just show the world that, no, this is a major issue. And if we don't do anything about this, then this won't be the only instance of something like this happening. So this is why this is such an inflection point for the future of college sports. This should serve as like, hey, like Nico got embarrassed and we don't want this happening all over the country. So we've got to take charge and get something done to prevent this from being like an every year or every week kind of deal.
Yeah. I mean, Josh Heupel could have got into game 3 in the season. That dude could have come in and said, you know what? That's not quite enough. I'm going to need another extra. I just put this other person on my staff. I need another extra, $250,000. I mean, no coach wants to hear that shit during the course of a football season. They don't want you coming in their office talking about money.
Oh, that's why it's like.
No, I think the family did him an injustice, and only in the fact that they decided to. That was the reason that they're leaving.
Yeah.
Is because if they get it someplace else and it comes to where he's getting more, because I don't know if his training is this true. Is his training going to be any better anywhere else? Josh Heupel's been doing a pretty good job at Tennessee, so I don't think his training is going to get any better anyplace else if he got the same amount of money. This is about getting more money.
What are those other schools? Tulane and UCLA. Like, what has UCLA football been the last few years? They're a joke. Tennessee just made the playoff.
You're right.
In the SEC.
It wasn't going to get any better, and that wasn't enough for you.
It's all about money, man. It's all about money. And we'll see if he even gets that money, because, some guys will leave better opportunities for more money because they get paid more. But
because if somebody says yes, then okay, that's fine.
This guy's leaving.
You gave me more. Let's go. Let's roll. Yeah. I may not ask for any more, but you just gave me a substantial raise right there just because I said I'm going to do this and you gave it to me. Okay, then I beat the system right there.
But it doesn't sound like Nico's going to be doing that.
Oh no, he's not. He's going to be barely able for people to give him what he got at Tennessee, and I don't even think he'll get that. I think this whole thing is going to sour people about the kid himself, because you still have to deal with the kid as a player.
Yeah, and stuff like this is going on all over the country right now, because, again, the transfer portal opens up tomorrow. So Steve Sarkisian's probably having to deal with this with a couple of players right now who are asking for a little bit more. Hey, somebody may have reached out to my agent and said they're willing to pay me this. What are you guys willing to do? So it might not get to Nico's level, It might not make the headlines, but
Dude, that
tons
guy,
of coaches are
Sark
dealing
has
with this
about
right
2
now.
or 3 guys that maybe will take him to the limit on stuff. There's not many of them. Most of them just want to play football at Texas right now, the way the things are going, and are happy in what they're getting. They're getting more than they did 10 years ago. They're probably going, you know what? I'm good.
I'll take that. And I think for Texas, and Sark talked about this yesterday. We'll see if it's in this cut we're about to play. But he talked about, hey, you come to Texas for the long game. Like, if you want to come here for just 1 year and your only goal is to make a bunch of money in college football, then there's probably somebody else who's going to give you that. But
absolutely.
We just had 11 guys drafted last year. We're probably going to have like 13, 14, 15, 16 guys drafted next week. Like, if you want to make some money, good money at Texas, because we'll pay you, and also get developed into an NFL player and get that much better NFL money, then this is the place to be. So that's sort of Texas's pitch right there. Like, obviously they've spent. You don't get a guy like Justice Terry out of the state of Georgia unless you're willing to give him a nice NIL package.
Sure.
But you can't pay that to everybody. So part of the recruiting pitch here is like, no, we're going to develop you just like all of these other guys. It's a lot easier to sell that now than it was in 2022
and
after
they all have
first
limits.
year.
Every one of these coaches that are talking to kids today about tomorrow, they all have limits on certain players and certain positions. Their little GMs are talking to them saying, Coach, we only have so much for this guy. Now, if Coach says, find another extra, whatever it is for this other guy over here, then they'll get it done. But they know they have limits on certain players.
Yeah.
You're not no, you mean I'm going to spend this much on a secondary guy that hadn't had that much? You know, although he's my number 2, guess what? Can't do it. He ain't the quarterback.
Excuse me, Bug. Yeah, they don't have unlimited funds. Like, Texas has more resources than just about anybody else, but the resources aren't unlimited. And,
and certain coaches, even if they had, they're not going to do that. In their minds, they're going to say, no, that's enough. Sorry, kid, that's enough. I know what I've been recruiting you for years. I know what your situation is. You ain't that Poe.
No.
You don't need that Mo.
Hey, you ain't that Poe and you ain't that good. You're not worth what you're asking for. Like, I'm sorry. If you want to try to go get it somewhere else, be my guest, but I don't think you're going to go get it.
There's some realistic stuff that's going on with that too, where the coach goes, wait a minute. I know how hard I'm going to have to work to get you to be really, really good. You ain't that good.
I like that. You ain't that Poe, so you don't need Mo. And there's the dough.
Yeah. That's what happened to Nico. I mean, that's it. It's just pretty simple. Josh Heupel said, I got a whole program. I got a lot of alumni. This Tennessee's been around here an awful long time, and it'll be around a lot longer than you and me. So
yes, indeed. All right, here's some more from Sark. This might include the quote I just gave, but Steve Sarkisian was asked yesterday, how do you keep your top guys out of the portal? Because, look, Texas has lost guys to the portal, but they don't lose big names anymore.
No.
Like, they're not losing guys that they really want to keep on their roster to the portal.
No.
So Sark was asked about that. Like, how have you done such a good job of keeping your star players and your key contributors to stay at Texas?
It's a lot easier now than it was early on. Now it's, we had 11 draft picks a year ago. We sent 14 guys to the combine this year. We'll see how many get drafted next week. And that it's not the product that you are today. It's the finished product of where you end up being. And I think when they can see, images like themselves grow and have more and more success, it's a lot easier to trust that process. Early on, man, it was kind of selling vapor to them that wasn't even existing yet. And now I think them seeing the growth, I think even for a young tackle to see Christian Jones, from where he was when we got here to where he was when he ended, to watch the development of a Kelvin, a Cam Williams, to watch Jake Majors perform and work through. So different positions, obviously Arch watching Quinn, the running backs watching the running backs that have come through here now for about the last 3 drafts or so. So I think it's across the board. Clearly the defensive linemen, it's been kind of 2 a year now, every year, and so it's easy for them to see of what it looks like. But again, everybody wants to have success. I think at the end of the day, and it's them understanding maybe sometimes why there isn't the immediate success, but that the success will come if you trust the process that we're putting in front of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, the coaching, it's how you how you've improved kids. It's not, like you said, it's the long game. It's not the quick money game. Now, there'll be some kids in it for the quick money game. They'll get out. They may not ever even have any intentions of playing in the NFL. They'll take that college money and run with it and think they're going to do something with their, they got a better chance having that money than they did without that money. That's for sure. But it's about what your future is. Are you a football player? Is that going to be your profession? And then right now at Texas, if you get coached by these guys, you got a pretty good opportunity in your profession to have some success.
Yeah, they're doing it just about as well as anybody in the sport right now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think Sark said it perfectly. Like early on, it was tough to convince guys to want to come here because the team wasn't winning games and guys weren't getting drafted in the NFL. But you've been to back-to-back playoffs. You're the only team in the country that made it to back-to-back playoffs in these last 2 years.
Sure.
And, I mean, Texas is going to flirt with Georgia's all-time record of 25 players drafted in a 2-year span. And if Texas gets 14 guys drafted this year, they will tie that record. And if they get 15 guys drafted this year, they will break that record. And again, they had 14 at the combine. So, yeah, plenty of things that Steve Sarkisian can point to say, like, hey, we know there's offers out there. We know your agent or your dad or your mom or your uncle, they might be getting some phone calls and text right now. But do you really want to do that? You really
They just don't lose good players to other teams, not even in the SEC. They don't lose them. They're only losing players they can't play at Texas, play at this level. When a kid's here for a year or two, he said, you know what? They can coach and everything else. I'm just not going to be as good as that guy.
Yeah.
That's just, some of them come to the reality of after about 2 years, if you haven't figured it out in 2 years, that the next year is going to be your year. That's hard. That's hard for a football player to know. I'm probably going to be just a backup for another year, a third year here. No, I'll move. I'm just not good enough. And somebody wants me to be a starter somewhere else, I'll go take my chance.
Yeah.
They take your chances with that. But Texas isn't. Somebody's just not coming around and saying, "Oh, they don't want you here. Here's more money. You need to go there." He's not losing a lot of guys like that. They rather get developed for the long run.
I think you should, right? I say it all the time. When you commit to play college football at a place like the University of Texas, your goal is to play on Sundays.
Yeah.
Right? Like if you're good enough to get a scholarship offer to Texas, that means like, hey, if you do everything right, you've got a chance to be playing in the league.
There are places that have been historically good football teams that are, you must be struggling like hell to be able to say that to a kid now. They're probably, those kids are looking at them like going, what?
Right. Their recruiting's taken a bit of a hit over the last couple of years because, they're not developing guys and they're not winning games. So, look, they're always going to recruit well, just like Texas always recruited well, even when they were bad. But
you have to be able to coach them well. Yes.
Yeah, you can't get a number one class in the country if you're going 6-6 or 5-7 every year.
No,
you just can't sell kids on that. And Texas is able to sell kids on a lot of things right now.
Well, the only one that sells them on that crap is Texas A&M. They know how to sell it on. They've been selling on hope and hope and a dream for a long, long time. I don't know how they do it. I don't know if it's just the money. I don't know if it's the putting their arms around each other and cheering at midnight. I don't know what the hell it is.
It ain't that.
It's a lot of hope that they sell, and they sell it as good as anybody we know.
Yeah. I mean, they've got, a lot of the things that work in Texas's favor can also work in A&M's favor. They just don't. I mean, you're playing in the state of Texas, right? You get to recruit the most talent-rich state in the country.
Yeah, how long can you screw that up? You're right.
You're in the SEC, and obviously A&M has been in this conference for a dozen years longer than Texas has.
You're right.
But you're in the best conference in the sport and the conference that everybody wants to play in.
They got money.
They got money. They got facilities. They got resources. They just can't figure it out.
Wow.
They just can't figure it out. Can't get out of their own way, which is
that's one of the places that does it as good as anybody in the country every year somehow. And it just hadn't got. It's all on hope. Maybe this year, we got this quarterback. Maybe it's this coach. It's a lot of that,
Yeah, it's been a lot of that since 1939.
Wow.
In College Station. All right, one more from Sark on this, then we'll get to some Sark sound talking about spring football and some of the guys who have been standing out during Texas spring practice. But Steve Sarkisian was asked about his visit to D.C. last week. He and a couple of other people at the University of Texas and a few folks from around the college football landscape recently went to Washington, D.C. to talk about NIL and the future of college sports, and maybe lobby to Congress about the importance of getting some regulations on college sports because of the way things are going. All of that happened, by the way, before the Nico Iamaleava story dropped. But here's Steve Sarkisian talking about his visit to D.C. and what he was trying to accomplish in our nation's capital.
I don't think any of us, and our student athletes included, I don't think any of them want to be employees, right? They don't want to feel like an employee. They want to feel like a student athlete. And I get NIL, and believe me, I want our players to be compensated in a way that's right and that's fair. But I also think, we're in a space right now where we don't have a lot of guardrails. We don't have a lot of regulation. And I think if we don't start doing some of this, if we don't start finding a way to get some guardrails around this, we're going to lose this idea of a student athlete, and we're going to start gravitating closer and closer and closer to an employment status. And I don't think any of us want that. And clearly we're seeing that now, because once we go to employment status, then are we talking about unions? Are we talking about CBAs? Are we talking about firing people? I don't think any of us want that. That's not why I got into this. I got into this to develop young people, young men to become men in society, and part of that is playing football and an opportunity to fulfill their dreams of playing in the NFL. Part of that is earning a degree. Part of that is learning life lessons that they can take with them in life. And so that was part of that visit. And I think it's, at the end of the day, there's so many different voices. There's so many different opinions. How can we start to corral those opinions and come to a common kind of idea and thought process that can we move forward with? Because it feels like sometimes right now we're taking 2 steps forward, 1 step back because of another lawsuit or something here and there. How do we get some parameters, some guardrails, so we can all move forward in a positive direction?
Yeah, I wish I could believe what he's saying about the guys not wanting to be employees. They want the money. I think we're there. I don't think we're getting towards that deal. I don't think, the educational part of it, it's nice if individuals that want it can go get it, but I think they now would rather have the money. There's too many other influences on young football players and young people in general that your coaching staff, and you can't corral them all in and make it the way you like for it to be and have them think the way you want. There's too many outside influences, whether it be family members, agents, people like that have more power over the players than you do. Coaches like to have the power. They want the power. This is what they've been wanting, and they've had it for a long, long time over college football and players and individuals and recruits and everything. But I think it's now outside of that point now where the influences outside of your campus and your staff have these guys now. That doesn't mean you can't corral it when it comes to a certain price or whatever it is. But the whole student athlete part of it, BK, like I said, they're not student athletes anymore.
Well,
they're
they
athletes.
could still get
looking
paid
for good pay. That's what they're looking for.
Yeah, they could still get paid without being employees of the university. Like, that's what's been going on the last couple of years. So they don't all of a sudden need to become employees. And Sark talked about that. Then what happens if they are employees? Do they get to unionize? Hey, what if if you're an NFL employee, we're talking about college football turning more into the NFL seemingly by the hour.
Fire that kid. You get to fire that kid, and then you shouldn't have any bad ill feelings when you go back to high school looking for another kid.
That's the thing. Like, what happens? Like, Bert Auburn. If NFL kickers struggle the way Bert Auburn struggled at the end of last year, guess what? They get cut.
Yes.
So do you get to do that with Bert Auburn now? Like, sorry, we're not.
If you
we're
get
not
to
paying
that
you
point,
anymore.
if you get to that point, that's if you're an employee,
that's what Sark doesn't want, and I don't think I want that either.
No, I wouldn't want that to happen. Like I said, you can get a hold of it, but I think it's all, you're getting to the point where you're past the stage because the outside influences are just too much. You can't control it from the inside like you do like you want to do or like you had control before.
Yeah, no, that's part of it too. Coaches obviously are losing some control because the players have more power than they ever had. Forever it was just shut up and go play football, and now it's like, oh wait, no, we should be making some money off of this ginormous multi-billion-dollar industry.
Yeah, dude, a coach was truly like a father figure, like a family member a while back. Now it's been a while back, but they were truly regarded as part of the family. Like this is my dad that's not here with me. This is my dad. His decisions are going to be good for me. But the outside influences are now, no, that's just a dude who makes a lot of money himself, works for a university and makes a lot of money. those outside influences come in and the kid is so overwhelmed with that, it becomes, you know what can help me? The money.
Right.
The money, coach.
Yeah. Hey, you could still be a father figure, but also pay me.
Yeah,
Please.
yeah. That's it's
It's
and
bad.
that's what
It's bad. Congress has to get involved here. Like I know some
I
folks
hate
don't
that
want.
part, but I think you're right.
Yeah, I know some folks don't want that to happen. A lot of people will say, well, doesn't Congress have bigger fish to fry? And look, they've got other big things to deal with. But the reason why I think Congress has to do something is because nobody else is going to do it. Like the NCAA has had years to take care of this, and they haven't done anything, and they seem perfectly comfortable with not doing anything.
You're right.
So who else is going to step up and do it? Like the idea of college football breaking off and starting its own thing and getting a commissioner, that sounds great, but that's not going to happen right now. Like we're already way too far down this path, and we're still multiple years away from something like that potentially even happening. So you've got to put the BBs back inside of the box sooner rather than later. And I think the only group that can help out with that is Congress. Just putting some laws and regulations on this thing to say, hey, here's what's going to change. Here's what we're going to do here. And what's been going on cannot continue to go on.
I just find it so hard that they haven't found a way to have a commissioner of college football itself. I don't need the commissioner of college basketball or women's Title IX. I need a commissioner of college football.
Yeah.
Or commissioner with a staff that says, this is what it is. And SEC, ACC, all you guys, here's the rule we're going by for all you major players right now.
I'm with you. I think that would be my preference is you don't need Congress to be involved, and everybody signs today saying we're breaking away from the NCAA and we're starting our own thing beginning this fall. But it can't happen that quick. Like it just can't happen that quick. So
what happens is the slow process takes you further and further away. The other people get more involved that are, like I said, these outside sources that are like, and then they start into the lawsuits. Because once you lose the first battle, then everybody gets a little nervous. You lose a battle to a kid and an agent and a family, then you lose the next battle, and you're starting to lose more than you're winning.
Yep.
That's where it's the downfall comes. When you start losing the battles that you used to win when you had the NCAA, even though they worked slowly, when you were winning those battles and the kids had no other choice but to say, okay, you got me. But now that the kids start to get you, that's not good.
Right. And the kids are getting the NCAA right now.
Yes.
It feels like every lawsuit that is filed by insert former athlete here is won by insert former athlete
You're
here.
right.
So, yeah.
Start to lose too many of those. People get a little skittish about that. And then it stays out of control,
Right. And I don't know the rules or regulations or, the writing involved for how college football could break away from the NCAA because it's forever been an NCAA sport. So I assume there's some sort of writing that says that you've got to stay with the NCAA. So would they just have to pay a ridiculous amount of money to make that happen? Like what is that process like?
They would take, as long as you gave them basketball and let them do their thing.
And gave them like hundreds of millions of dollars, probably more than that.
Well, there's hundreds of millions of dollars involved. That's for sure.
Yeah. Like they're going to want that. Plus not just what it's worth now, but what they're going to be losing by getting rid of college football in the future. Right. I think that would have to be a part of it. So again, it's stuff that can't happen overnight. The idea sounds great. And I hope at some point we get there, but I just don't think with how wild west this NIL landscape has become, I don't think you can just say, oh, well, we're going to start the process of breaking away from the NCAA. Like you need something.
No, we never started NIL. We never started NIL slowly. We jumped right in. When we jumped in, it took a long, long time to get there. But when we got there, we never really looked over a lot of stuff. We just looked, here's this. The sponsor wants to give you this. He wants to give you $5 million or whatever. These alums want to pay this amount for this kid. It just snowballed. And now you got to stop it a little bit. You're going to have to, or you won't have. It won't be. It's not the same game as it is. I still love the game, and I still love it on Saturdays. But the in between Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and getting into these rooms, these board rooms, like they do in big business, when these guys want to make big decisions on people. Give me a commissioner. Give me somebody you can trust. Give you a couple, if you have to have a couple commissioners, but it's just that, how hard it is to get people to it's hard enough to get people to agree on anything.
I know.
It's and to get them to do that in conferences like the SEC and the ACE, that is, somebody always wants to be the big dog.
You're right. Again, the idea of the commissioner sounds great, but I think you need Congress to do something right now because it already feels like we're losing a lot of what makes college football great, and we still do have Saturdays, but I'm worried that other stuff is going to start trickling into Saturdays more than it has to this point.
Yeah, get them to say you need a commissioner. You guys vote on a commissioner. I'll hear you conferences. You vote on here. Here's some candidates. Here's people that are sending us that would like to be, no matter who it is. Here's the applicants. You guys figure this out, and then let their staff start to put together, give us some numbers of what you think, about what players should be receiving.
What about that Verbo guy?
Yeah, let Verbo guy would be awesome.
He can't be that busy.
No, well, he's got people coming in, at 2:55 when they're supposed to report at 3. They're at his doorstep. He doesn't like that. He wants you there at 3:00. He understands. He knows what.
Good.
Hey, when you tell him, hey, it's 2:55, and he knows the check-in is 3:00, he knows that. You don't have to say it's 2:55. He doesn't care that it's 2:55.
Yeah, you're at the wrong time. Ground rules, Buck. He's got ground rules at his place.
Dude, that guy himself, he'd be like the kids. You know how much money he'd get to do this? If he said, I'd like to be able to do this, and he went to Congress or he went to these leagues, and they said, Coach, you think you can give us 10 years of this? You know how much money that dude would make? He already made a bunch of money.
I don't think Saban wants that. I think
Saban would want to save college football.
I think he wants to be a part of it. I just don't think he wants to be the face of it.
Well, I think he could be the face, but all he had to do is gather the right staff. There's all kinds of people.
The commissioner has to talk. The staff doesn't talk. That's my point.
Yeah, well, he can do the talking. I think he'd be great doing the talking for it.
Roger Goodell doesn't make every decision the NFL makes, but he's the guy who has to publicly.
Right. I think Nick Saban would do a good job of that. All I know is every time there's a playoff game that Alabama's in every year, no matter what their record is, they can win 2 games.
They missed it this year. What do you mean?
No, that would change if he's commissioner. They're in. 2 wins, you're in.
Probably right.
Give them a free pass every year.
Hey, that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
There you go. No kidding.
Yeah, to get college football back.
Get Mac Brown in on that.
Yeah, I'm sure Mac would do it. Mac would probably say yes to being the commissioner of college football because that guy loves him some him. And that guy loves the limelight. He loves being on TV. So I think if he was offered the opportunity, he would probably say yes.
Give us that dude that's always going to be the athletic, always talking about being the athletic director that was at West. Who is that? Who's the guy that we're always looking at who's been up for like 1,000 athletic director jobs?
No idea. Steve Patterson.
No, not that guy.
What about that guy in charge?
No.
Hey, we'd cut some costs for sure. NIL costs would go way down.
There you go.
Because that's what that guy does. He cuts costs.
Oliver Luck. Bring in Oliver Luck to be one of the commissioners. Bring that dude in. He's always wanted to be, they're always talking about him, and he never gets the gig. Bring him in.
Is there a reason he never gets the gig?
Yeah, what is the reasoning behind that? There's always these monster gigs. Oliver Luck's in line for the job. Oh, he never gets it.
He's currently the executive director of the United Athletic Conference, which is a new NCAA Division I FCS conference.
Yeah, tell me if you didn't tell that guy who's going to be the commissioner of football, he would drop that gig today.
Well, the one time Oliver Luck has been a true commissioner, the league folded. That was the XFL. Now, it folded because of COVID, and they kind of rebrought it back, but Oliver Luck is not a part of the rebirth of...
Hell, bring in Andrew Luck.
Andrew Luck's at Stanford now, calling the shots.
Is he the GM now there?
Yeah, he's the GM. He's the guy that fired their coach, Troy Taylor, which allowed Texas to get Emmett Mosley V.
Good job.
So thank you very much, Andrew Luck. We appreciate your service. Colonel,
very nice.
Or General, whatever that Twitter account
I'll
was.
go talk to Condoleezza Rice, and we can have her so we can have a female on there. How's that?
You just want somebody to look at.
Guns.
She's yoked. All right, we'll take your thoughts. It's the never-ending NIL story continues.
I did see Condoleezza Rice at the putt, chip, and drive deal for the Masters with the kids. She
Oh,
does that
really?
every year now. Yeah, punt, pass, and kick.
No, I don't think they're doing punt, pass, and kick on the golf
No,
course. A drive, chip, and putts.
yeah, whatever that is. Yeah, she's there. She shakes hands with them at the end.
Oh, another reason for you to get to the Masters.
There you go.
You've talked about wanting to get there before you die.
Yeah,
That's
to get one of my grandkids there.
if the golf
Chipping.
isn't good enough. Now your chance to KY jelly wrestle with Condoleezza Rice.
I'm gonna add. I need to make that phone call. I'm gonna call the provost and ask her to come on. What time she'd have to come on there in California time? Nah.
Yeah, we can get her
Gotta
on.
go.
I bet she's up by like 6:30, right?
Yeah, she got to go through a bunch of people to get to her. I've tried that on occasions to get through her. Dr. Rice. Yes, this is Dr. Rice's assistant. Let me send you to someone else to get
What
to
are you
Dr.
dealing
Rice.
with Delta Airlines here?
Oh
I mean,
yeah,
what is
yeah.
this?
That's one thing I did trying to get to her was that deal.
That hurts.
I can say, hey, do you remember me from New York? She would say, I don't know who the hell you are.
No,
Get him off the line. Get him off the phone.
Yeah, and block that number, please.
Yeah, please block that number. I think it's
All
worth
right.
a shot, though.
Yeah, I'll try to reach out to her people. Maybe we can record something if she can't wake up.
Yeah, that'd be an
That
awful
early
lot
on
of
the
fun.
left coast. Maybe we could record something to play on the show.
As long as you don't talk to her about politics, because she don't want anything to do with that ever again.
I don't either, so I got no problem with avoiding that. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Again, the Dakota text line 512-222-9328. You can hit us up there. We'll get into a few minutes of NBA talk as the play-in for the NBA postseason begins tonight. Also, some quick thoughts on Texas baseball's midweek matchup with UT-RGV. And we don't talk politics, but we've got a pretty funny video from a politician that we will play before we wrap things up at 9 o'clock. But before that,
I'll tell folks about Leaf Landscape and Supply Company. Folks, they're fantastic. Pond Springs Road up north and Monterey Oaks down south. I mean, I was out in the yard yesterday checking out some of the stuff that I put in from Leaf Landscape and Supply Company, and it looks fantastic. Their stuff is quality products, and I do it myself. I'm a do-it-yourselfer guy that, once again, I kill a lot of stuff, but I try a lot of stuff, and so far, so good right now, and the temperatures are going to be a little bit cooler today, around 83 degrees. And if you want to head on by there, say hello to Jeff down south, find out about the roses that you can still put in. We're getting late on that, though. Get kind of late. Being the lettuce rancher that I am, the lettuce still looks good, BK, but a couple more days of these 90s and it's going to be done. So the lettuce ranching will be over. But I got my peppers, my banana peppers in. I've got all my tomatoes in. And folks, my roses, my trees. I was thinking about putting in another little Spanish oak tree in there, the ones that turn red. And you can get all that stuff at Leaf Landscape and Supply Company. They will service it for you. They'll call in contractors if you don't want to do it yourself, because you're not going to be out there with a big pick and a shovel like the Buck. I know you're not going to get out there and get that done. People will get too tired too quick, but they will contract it out for you if they have to. But you can get all your supplies right there. As I said, Pond Springs Road up north and Monterey Oaks down south. Leaf Landscape and Supply Company. Tell them you have been listening to TSU. Get 10% off of all your products up to 500 bones.
yes, indeed. Shout out to them. Shout out to OLIPOP as well. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. We drink OLIPOP on this show all the time. You see a bunch of our TSU hosts down in OLIPOP all of the time with good reason. Again, great tasting soda that's actually good for you. The soda you've been drinking for years. Well, just look at the ingredients. It's horrible. A bunch of sugar, a bunch of calories, a bunch of stuff that you know that you shouldn't be putting into your system, but you drink it because you love the taste. Well, OLIPOP has combined those two worlds. You really do get the best of both worlds because you get the taste of the soda that you grew up sipping on, but you get health benefits as well. Hardly any sugar, very few calories, 9 grams of fiber, and ingredients that help support good digestive health. This is the game changer of all game changers. Get you some OLIPOP the next time you are at the grocery store. Shout out to them. Also, a shout out to McCall Custom Homes as well. If you're in the market to upgrade your home, if you want to remodel a kitchen, if you want to renovate a bathroom, if you want to maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, get you that patio furniture set up, get you that outdoor kitchen, whatever you're thinking as the weather starts to warm up here in Central Texas, reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes, and they will take care of you and your home because they've been taking care of Central Texans and Central Texas homes for more than 40 years. It's a locally owned and operated business that started in Central Texas, and they've stayed in the Austin area, so they know what it takes to turn a Central Texas home into something truly, truly special. Just go to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Get some more information there. Also, they're giving out free estimates to TSU listeners, so go to their website for more information there and make the call, make it happen. McCall Custom Homes, we build value into your home.
BK, I was thinking, I tell you what made me really, really feel old a couple of years ago, and hell, that was quite a ways back. When I was talking about my deal as a free agent with the Giants and just putting on the Giants uniform. John McVay was the coach at the Giants at that time. Sean McVay, I kept saying for years when I was doing radio, I kept saying, well, yeah, his dad coached me at the Giants, only to know that was his grandfather. Dude, how old that was. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm not that old, am I?
Yes.
Am I really that old? That's not John McVay was not Sean McVay's dad. That was his grandfather. Damn. It sure does go in a hurry.
Yeah, Sean McVay is pretty young. I think he's still in his 30s. Maybe just hit 40.
Huh?
Is he? No, he's got to be
No, it's
older.
about 33, 34, I got to believe.
Sean McVay?
Sean McVay's got to be, I'm going to say, no more than 35.
Sean McVay is 39.
Oh, shit.
I am old right now. Oh, yeah, you are old. I think when Sean McVay took the job, he was like 32, but he didn't stay at 32.
No, he didn't get a chance to stay there?
No, I don't think they let anybody get the chance to stay there.
Dude, that was his granddad.
Yeah.
I took a trip. We played, we scrimmaged against the Jets on Long Island. And his grandfather, instead of me going in the bus with the team, he asked me to ride with him in his car.
Nice.
And I thought I was getting cut that day.
Oof.
And just because he knew the Maras, he was going to be nice to me in the way he cut me before I got there. And like, you don't have to worry about getting dressed. And all we did was talk about Boston College and the Mara family that day. And I didn't get cut I got cut that next week though.
Yeah. He buttered you up only to let you down a few days later.
Yes, son. Sorry about that. But here, come ride with me. He had Godbolt. Come here. Come ride with me.
Oh.
I'm like, what?
Everybody else was like, he's screwed.
That's exactly the first thing is when I got out of that car and got to that locker room was like, dude, what happened? How was it? What did he do? What did he say about me? What did he say about this? I roomed with a guy that was a Texas Tech running back, and I don't remember his last name, and CB will find it out. And so that was in the 70s. So that was Billy. I don't know if it was Billy Williams, but he was a running back at Texas Tech. He was I think one of the greats at Texas Tech. He was a big old dude. CB will find it for me. I think Billy Williams, maybe. I don't know if that dude made the team that year either. But
no idea.
Yeah, that was a scary deal there for me. That was probably the most frightening. You're talking about almost peeing in my pants in the drive from Pace College to Long Island. Wow.
That would have gotten you cut.
What, if I'd have peed in his car?
If you pissed your pants in the coach's car? Yeah, he would have changed his plans. You wouldn't have been cut the following week. You would have been cut in that moment.
What if I said, Coach, you need to pull over. I'm going to open up the door.
Oh, yeah, you should have rolled down the window and pissed out of it like you did to your boys in college.
Oh, boy.
All right, couple of quick nuggets before we wrap things up. Texas baseball back in action tonight. The Longhorns, the number one team in the country in every major college baseball poll. We talked about the Baseball America poll that was released during our show yesterday, the D1 baseball poll, the USA Today coaches poll. All three of them have Texas as the number one team in the land. It's the first time in 3 years that the Horns are the unanimous number one in college baseball. They will take on UTRGV tonight. But Texas has had a bunch of success historically against the Vaqueros Cafe and Cantinas of UTRGV.
No problem tonight, boys. No problem tonight. This is not Southwest Texas. This is not the Bobcats. It's all good.
The Longhorns have won 48 of their last 49 against UTRGV. You know the one game they lost in that stretch?
David Pierce was the coach?
Last year. That might have been the nail in the coffin for David Pierce. Now, it wasn't, he got to coach out the rest of the season, but Texas at home lost 17-9 to UTRGV. The Longhorn pitchers had 11 walks in that game. and Texas got just flat out embarrassed by UTRGV at home. And Texas fell to 22-16 with that loss. Now Texas is 29-5, and they're the number one team in the country. So a lot has changed in the time that has elapsed from the last time Texas played UTRGV to right now.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's not Texas State. It's all good. Thank you, CB. Billy Taylor.
There you go.
Big Billy Taylor.
Big Billy Taylor. Any unit plays on the NBA play-in games tonight?
You know what? I mean, I'm still astonished that I mean, LeBron James is going to be playing his 18th playoff series. This dude is 40 years old. I mean, 40.
Yeah.
He got good genes.
Or were you watching First Take this morning or something?
I just saw that 18 of these things. That dude is 40. That's good genes, BK.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
His son didn't get any of them, but that's okay.
No, his son's having a good year in the G League. Everyone dunks on him because, it was a bad start and he never should have started in the NBA, but he's actually putting up some numbers in the G League. So
is he putting up 6 a game?
No, more than that. Double digits.
Come on now.
Come on. Don't be sleeping on Bronny James. He doesn't deserve that. Now, he ain't his dad, but he ain't as bad as everybody thought he was.
I got the Warriors for a 10,000 unit play.
Okay, Warriors are 7.5-point favorites against Memphis in the West play-in game tonight. In the East, you've got the Magic hosting the Heat. The Magic hosting the Hawks. I beg your pardon.
If Moran is allowed to bring guns, I'll flip it over, but I don't think he's allowed to bring a gun to the arena, so I'm taking the Warriors.
The Grizzlies' only chance is if Ja Morant shoots Steph Curry before the game.
Yeah, that's the only way they're winning, yeah.
Okay, 10K on the Warriors. The Mavs play tomorrow against Sacramento. The Mavs need to win 2 games to make the actual playoffs because they are the 10 seed in the West. I don't care. I kind of hope they lose tomorrow. I'm tired of watching this S-storm that is the Dallas Mavericks post-Luka trade.
Well, still, you're not giving up on your Mavericks. Come on. You're not going to be a Maverick fan now, are you?
No, I'm still a fan. I mean, they're like I hear Matt in the afternoons with Patrick. He's like, man, I'm done. I'm done with the Mavs. Until they get new ownership and until they get a new general manager, I will never root for the Mavs again. And there are a lot of people in Dallas and just Mavs fans throughout the state who feel the exact same way.
You could have said that about the Cowboys, and look at you now. Look how you steadfast. That's a good job by you.
Hey, I'm loyal. Don't ever question my loyalty. You can question me for a lot of things, but me supporting Texas through the 12 years of suck, me being a Cowboys fan despite being born in the mid-'90s and watching them do nothing in my lifetime, me still being a Mavs fan after the Luka trade, don't question that.
Good job.
Thank you. Yeah. What do I deserve? Probably a punch to the face.
No, you deserve a trip with the girls into outer space.
Hang on. Again, I would happily be Katy Perry's seat if she needs a separate one. All right, we'll bring on the fellas today. We've got Double R, and we've got our man sideline, Stu Myrick, our Austin FC correspondent, kind of.
Stu, what's happening?
What's up? Hey, Bucky, it's good to see you, my friend.
Good seeing you, buddy.
Guys,
Austin FC, good God, they had an accident in the bed Saturday against Vancouver, 5-1.
Yeah,
that's a lot of goals.
They have been playing decently well, and then I don't know what happened. I guess north of the border, the tariffs got to us.
Defense, they had the defense. They just cannot find a way to score. They couldn't create scoring opportunities to save their life. They still haven't. We'll see if they can right the ship this Saturday against LA Galaxy.
Dude, Pereira still playing for him, Stu?
Pereira scored the only goal in Vancouver.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's still there. You still have Gallagher. You got, of course, Brad Stuver, who, despite Vancouver, I still say one of the best goalies in MLS.
No.
You got a few, but they've got a couple of additions. Brandon Vasquez, highly touted player they signed in the offseason. So, like I said, hopefully it'll be a different story when they come back to Q2 Stadium this Saturday against the Galaxy.
Right now, still a playoff team, still working pretty good, Stu.
I think as of right now, they're still in, it's early in the season, but yeah, they're still they would be in the playoffs if the season ended today, as they say.
Yeah.
Okay.
Currently 6th in the Western Conference, but like Stu said, still a long way to go in this MLS season that just started last month. So, the Verde's back at Q2 this Saturday, Stu, for that Galaxy game?
This Saturday, it's early because it's a Fox. It's a Fox broadcast, so it's like 12:45.
There we go.
Central, 12:45 p.m. Central at Q2 Stadium. Which, if I make it out there, I'll get home in time for WrestleMania.
There we go. Oh.
And Rodney, what just happened in the last Formula One race? What just happened? Where were we? We were obviously we're out of the country.
Yeah. They were at Bahrain. It was a night race.
Baccarat. They were playing Baccarat.
Man, I don't even know where some of these places are, man. I'll tell you, it's like I have no idea. All these odd places like Elroy, Texas, for crying out loud.
Yeah,
that they have Formula One. But we're watching Max Verstappen. We're watching him get beat nowadays. I mean, Story wins the other day. It's Lando Norris's deal right now. So, and Red Bull's kind of in a little disarray right now. They've already fired a guy or replaced a guy. Lewis Hamilton in a Ferrari. It's a real different environment in Formula One right now.
Well,
who's driving for Mercedes-Benz right now?
It's George Russell and Antonelli.
A young guy. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, Antonelli.
What, the cheese shop?
Yeah, it's like a pizza maker for crying out loud.
That's right.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
McLaren is running the roost. I mean, Oscar Piastri won Bahrain. Yeah. Lando Norris is, he is always in the top, usually in the top 5. Again, like with Austin FC, it's early in the season, but
Hey, I'm gonna get back in on F1. The reason why I wasn't watching as much was because Verstappen was winning every single week.
Yeah,
now you tell me there's a little parity involved, then I'm back in.
That's the big thing right now is that you actually do have that. And Max, he's struggling. I mean, he struggled the other night, and that's good. I mean, Formula One needs that because it had gotten a little stale where it's the same guy.
He wasn't very happy.
And not winning all the time, but winning by 25 seconds. Come on, man. That's just bad. That's just bad.
F1's cool. I enjoy it, but I don't really care about the battle for third. I want to see a battle for first place, and it just you never got that for a couple of years.
Yeah. Hey, you guys were talking about the girls in space. Did y'all see who was at the liftoff yesterday? They showed out in the crowd. She was crying because her friend flew up there. It was the great Oprah Winfrey.
Yeah, of course she was crying.
Baby.
Yeah, she didn't want to lose her best buddy. Stedman was in the car, keeping the car warm. So when she came back down from space, made sure that he opened up the door, got them all in there, cozy and stuff.
Dr. Phil probably there somewhere too.
They're all good friends. They're friends. Good friends.
Hey, I promised this video. We don't really do politics on TSU. Everybody else is doing that, so you can find that elsewhere. But when politics gets involved with sports, we have to. Yesterday, Ohio State University was at the White House, unfortunately celebrating their national championship that they stole from Texas this past season. And, they brought the trophy with them. And here is the current vice president of the U.S., J.D. Vance, who's from Ohio, was an Ohio State grad. He's trying to lift up the trophy at the White House, and down goes Frazier. The trophy breaks in half, and he drops the base.
Oh,
come on!
Nobody told him in advance, like most things, that that's a two-piece. It's a two-piecer.
Come on, VP.
Well, nobody picks up the base. You always pick up the upper part.
He was sweating. I bet he was sweating like crazy when that. Yeah. Look at him. I saw this, and he's like, "Here he is. Oh, let me get this back in here." This guy.
Has this guy never watched a football game? Again, he went to Ohio State. I assume he watched the championship game, but you got to know that, you lift the trophy. You don't lift the base.
Yeah, look at him.
Come on, man.
I guarantee you that when that dude was in elementary school and they had field day, he got that green ribbon participation. I guarantee you, because he doesn't know how to handle the hardware. Look at that.
Yeah, that brother right there is going, damn, they're going to think I did this. I busted this trophy. I'm gone. Back to El Salvador for me.
Hey, for his sake, for all of their sakes, thankfully it was the base that fell and not the actual trophy itself. Although, again, screw Ohio State. So if the real one broke, I don't know if I would have been too upset.
Oh, yeah.
That's what they get. That's what they get for cheating. That's what they get.
Humble. I'm surprised they all didn't dive on it, man. Loose trophy. Nice.
You're right, though. That brother in the background, he was like, this is going to be my fault. This is going to be my fault.
Yeah. Look at him.
Yeah, watch him.
Let me help okay. I did touch it. Hell, Do I need to get away from this? Oh, now I got to get out of here. How do I get out of here?
Yeah,
Damn.
the brother in the tan suit saving the day by holding on to the trophy because Vance went for the base that nobody cares about instead of the trophy.
Yeah.
And if that trophy falls, then the internet would have exploded.
All she wrote.
All right, listen, boys, have a great day. It's going to be 83 degrees. It's going to be a beautiful day today. Stu, it's good to see you, brother.
Good to see you, my friend. Thanks.
Ronnie, you take care.
I will, my man.
See y'all tomorrow.
All right, boys. All right. It is 10 o'clock hour. It's Chaos Theory. Adam Wagner out today. The aforementioned Speedway, Suplex, Sideline, you name it. Stu Myrick joins me this morning for an hour of fun. And on the program today, we got a lot to talk about. We'll kind of touch on that Nico situation, kind of just the whole basis of it, and now the repercussions and the aftermath. Talk about that. Maybe a little NFL draft, kind of tailor in the Dallas Cowboys. Stu obviously has covered that team for a long time. That is my team. So we'll kind of get some thoughts there, maybe even on the quarterback situations there as well. And yes, as you were asking for it on the Coda text line, 222-9328-512 El Clave area code in Spanish, we will have a WrestleMania breakdown as we go inside the ring with Stu Myrick. All of that on the program. It's Chaos Theory. We dive in. Feel free to hit the chat right there, and be sure to check us out on the socials as well. Stu, diving in, my man. First and foremost, great to have you on here, man. When I know that there's an availability, you are the man I text. And I text you at random times. Saturday in the middle of the afternoon, I'm like, I got to get a hold of this dude right now.
I appreciate it, man. I always love chatting it up with you, man. I appreciate it. I have a blast doing it.
Yeah. So Stu, let's dive into this Nico situation, because, you know, college football for a long time has been, you know, we could say feeder league, you know, amateur league, whatever. It has been that kind of that minor league that's sourcing the NFL its players. I mean, everything is just structured. But with this Nico situation, with the holdout and with the money, and Tennessee calling the bluff, I think that's the one thing of this, to where I'm hearing a lot of people say, well, with Tennessee calling the bluff, maybe this is going to be the shift. Maybe this is going to be the shift that's going to maybe put the brakes. Of course, you got stuff happening in Washington right now that's about to drastically change. Just kind of your thoughts on this whole aftermath after this Nico thing.
It's unfortunately with the whole NIL thing, and you know, these students get, and look, they deserve the money they can get. I'm totally for that, but you know, this is straight out of the NFL, you know, holding out because you're not getting enough money. I mean, we've seen it countless times in the NFL with contracts. For those that are thinking this could be the shift that turns it back, no, that's not going to happen. You know, this train's already down the tracks. It's unfortunate. He had a fantastic season last season with Tennessee, but you know, Josh Heupel is one of those. He's kind of an old school guy, and you know, if you try to stand up to him, he's going to say, "Okay, fine." And Tennessee's got a pretty good pipeline, so you know, he feels like, okay, we can move on, and that's what they're going to do. Where does Nico land? That's a good question. I wonder how much this whole thing with the, you know, sitting out for the NIL money, I wonder how much that will affect who comes calling for him. But, and I guess we will see. But yeah, this isn't going to change anything as far as players and the NIL and all that good stuff. It's just not going to change it.
Yeah. And 9 o'clock hour. Thank you, LB, for the correction right there. It's like, I told you guys the time change jacked me up, but yes, we are in the 9 o'clock hour. So pardon me for that. The thing that I think people have this pipe dream that, because as this was going on, apparently from some of the stuff that I've seen, it was like Dan Lanning that had reached out to Josh Heupel and said, "Hey, your quarterback just called us, you know, asking for a better deal." And I think what a lot of people may be thinking in this situation is that now that this has happened, that you're going to have that this whole college football business is going to operate with coaches and boosters and all of this to the good old boy thing where you're going to trust each other, to where something like this happens and it's going to be, oh, hey, Stu, your offensive lineman just hit me up. He wants $1 million more and he'll transfer over here. I think that people may have that maybe thinking that that's going to be the shift on what's going to happen. But I'm sorry to tell you, when it all comes down to it, I think I said the word right there. This is a business. I don't think you can count on whoever it may be, much less anyone in your own conference, anyone that you may be in a head-to-head matchup or when it comes to rankings, that's going to do the right thing, whatever the right thing may be conceived to be. That's not what's going to happen. This is not a clean business. So I think it's going to be interesting to see if you can get some of these cases settled that are still sitting in Congress with all of these different things. But I think now that you've got lawmakers involved and now this has happened, you have utterly changed the direction of the new college football that we talk about all the time.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's going to be it's going to be something, and I want you wonder how much that will affect recruiting too, because are you going to look at a certain player? You see these players that when you get recruited to Texas, USC, whatever, Tennessee, whatever, you're kind of going to look at, all right, are they coming because they want to wear the burnt orange, or are they coming just because the price is right? And I think that's going to play into recruiting down the road.
And kind of the sad part about it is where I think it's a good problem to have. And this phrase is mentioned a lot on our network and any other network that's covering Texas football. You hear, Texas has all the money in the world and Texas can do whatever. And I think that's one thing where that really enhances. Look, I'm glad that it's the team that I cover, the team that I actively root for that has that good problem, because I know a lot of fans of smaller market teams or smaller schools that don't have facilities, don't have all the money, don't have all of this. But at the same time, there has to be something that's going to be put in place that is going to kind of trim this thing down a little bit to where to me, the biggest thing with this Nico thing was to have a kid holding out because of money in college football. And I didn't think that day would come, but it's just really weird. It's a different atmosphere. And this is by all means not a student athlete game anymore or whatever. This is just full-fledged business. And now with government involvement, I think that be ready.
Plus, you just mentioned it, it's, the long held fear about, this NIL thing that could separate the haves from the have nots. You mentioned the smaller colleges that may not have the resources of a Texas. You wonder how much that's going to play into it, to where eventually, we may have, the long standing theory about you get the 64 best, 64 top colleges, put them in their own league, and everybody else fends for themselves. That's, obviously that's a possibility. I hope that this whole holdout thing is a one-off, but I got a feeling we may see it happen a little more often. And it wouldn't shock me if we even see it at University of Texas.
Because the thing is, eventually, it just so happens, with happenstance, that this first time, Tennessee called the bluff. Tennessee, in my opinion, did the right thing. Mm-hmm. And this goes back to, you said it a while ago, Stu, that Nico is a good quarterback. He is a good quarterback. He's not a great quarterback. But again, this is this is where you go back to, and I mentioned this yesterday with Wags, to where you go back and you think about back in 2022, I think it was, one of the first big NIL blow-ups or situations was from this guy. This was one of the dudes that really magnified this thing, and there he goes. But I think at some point, let's say we do have another one. Let's say it's somebody other than Nico. I mean, insert the name of let's say it was Shadur Sanders, just hypothetically speaking right here, to where this happens, someone will give in. Someone is going to give in, and then that just kind of flips this whole thing around to where I think this was a big moment, and it made a big stride for what I think a lot of us, a majority of us, want to see happen in college football. But at some point, the greed will win out, because it always does. And there are people with a lot of money in their pocket, and they're going to want to keep that kid around. So yeah. I think it just so happens it didn't work out this time.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's going to be, the next one. Does the head coach stand up and say, okay, we'll move on? Or, what happens when that one head coach decides to cave?
Yeah.
Then I think it's, Katie bar the door. It's just going to, make things a whole lot more complicated.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's, you can talk to coaches, you can talk to athletic directors, talk to whatever, and they're going to give you kind of the spill. I mean, Sark had media availability yesterday, and the question came up. Just asking him hypothetically, which Sarkisian doesn't do, hypotheticals, of course. This was Texas coach Steve Sarkisian talking on the Nico situation there at Tennessee.
I think it's a difficult one for Nico and his family. It's a difficult one for Coach Heupel and Tennessee and what they're trying to do. Ultimately, we all only have so much money to operate within, and we're all trying to build a team. And that's one of the beautiful things about football. It's the ultimate team sport. And so when no different than if you were in the NFL, sometimes when your hand gets forced and you only have so much money that you can allocate, what do you have to do what's best for the team. And I think Tennessee has made that decision from what I can tell. I haven't talked to Josh, but from what I can tell, and in Nico's camp and in their opinion, they're trying to do what's best for the young man. And so, but this is what we've created, right? We've created this environment that this was gonna come to a head at some point, and it was just a matter of which school was it going to happen with first. And so why were we in D.C. this week? This is a prime example to try to minimize some of these situations that just occurred.
Yeah, and he alludes to everything that we've just been talking about this morning, Stu, and that's what's been created. I mean, we created this, and the whole thing is, this has been going on for some time, and I see folks blaming NCAA, and NCAA needs to do whatever. When all of this finally came down, the NCAA, who didn't want this in the first place, and the governing body of college football, they just stepped away. I mean, they're like, all right, here you go. Here is what you want. And now everybody's going back to the NCAA saying, hey, can you fix this? And they're like, middle finger. They're like, it's not our problem. You wanted this. This is what you get.
It's been known for quite some time. The NCAA is a powerless authority. I mean, it's they're not going to do anything because they don't have the power to do it. It's it's NCAA could say this. You got schools that are going to say, well, we're going to do our own thing anyway. That's just the way it is, and it's been that way. It's been that way for quite some time.
Yeah, it totally has been, and that's I've heard a lot of on the other side where people are like, oh, it's all totally screwed up now because you're getting congressmen and senators involved. Who else can get involved? I mean, because I think a commissioner would be great. With all the different candidates that you hear get thrown around with Nick Saban. I think Nick doesn't want any part of this. Nick is in a great place right now. Mac is another guy. I mean, I think Oliver Luck would be a guy maybe, or Andrew Luck or one of those guys. But who wants to? I mean, you inherit a radically broken system, and you are empowered to fix this, and you are not going to fix it overnight, and you're probably going to stumble and fall on your ass 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 dozen times before you ever get it right. Who wants that job? Who wants this?
I mean, that is a job full of headaches, and there isn't a big enough bottle of Tylenol to cure that.
Absolutely. So that'll be an ongoing story, and we'll keep up here on TSU and on socials with whatever happens in Congress with senators, whatever that apparently are going to be the ones that will kind of try to get this steered in the right direction. But there you go, your first holdout with Nico there at Tennessee. Friends, sorry, Stu.
No,
I'm sorry. I thought you said something.
Oh, no.
Before we go on, I want to tell you about Tom McKay, audiovisual consultations. By the way, happy birthday to our man, Tom McKay. It was yesterday. Got a text into my man. I'm sure he is not in the Round Rock, Texas area. I'm sure he is out celebrating his birthday as he always does. Audio visual consultations. I can tell you that is the only way that you want to check out your sports, your reality TV. Hell, you can watch those Congress things on your audio visual consultation setup. You'll see the stitching in the furniture there as they're doing their work, and the shiny desks. You'll see all of that. It is AV Consultations, avconsultations.com, 512-255-8678. Since 1988, serving the needs of Central Texans, not only Central Texans, but all around the country with these great video and sound systems that you can only get from Tom and his crew. Give Tom a call. He will call you back himself. He'll come out, check out your location, whether it's a 3 TV setup like I have, whether you want a full video wall, maybe you want a 110-inch screen, and then that Sonos surround system. It is Tom McKay with Audio Visual Consultations. And again, like we do a lot of business with people here on TSU, and they're local. And that's what Tom has been. avconsultations.com, 512-255-8678. Check him out today. Tell him you heard about him right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. WrestleMania talk coming up as we go in the ring with sideline suplex Stu Myrick coming up here just in a little bit. But Stu, NFL draft is coming up. Let's talk a little bit. I mentioned Shedeur Sanders right there, and I saw this morning that apparently there is today, I think it is today, that you're going to have the Giants that are going to work out Shedeur Sanders, which is, at the forefront right there. Let's talk about these quarterbacks. You've got a lot of NFL teams with quarterback needs, or that are going to have the quarterback needs. And I think that here in the past 72 hours with Derek Carr possibly out for the season with New Orleans, you throw New Orleans in that mix. I think the quarterback mix, while it's not the draft that we saw last year, talent-wise, this quarterback thing's getting a little racy right now.
Yeah, it's that's the thing. It's not the best quarterback class, but it's a decent quarterback. You got Cam Ward, you got of course Shedeur Sanders. I think the feeling right now is, I think Cam Ward is a consensus. He's going to go first. I forget who's at the first.
At Tennessee, to the Titans.
So, I think that's the kind of the consensus first pick, Cam Ward to Tennessee. I've seen some mocks that have Shedeur Sanders going as high as number 3 to the Giants. After that, it's a matter of, okay, which teams need a quarterback, right now. And that's going to be, quarterback's one of those, I would say, it's a long thought. Like, for instance, running back. You never pick a running back in the first round because the running backs, short expectancy as far as careers and all that good stuff. Quarterback is one of those. You either hit a home run or you ground out to second.
Yep.
And you've got to be careful about that. Like, for instance, there's the Cowboys with Dak Prescott. Now Dak's coming back. He's going to be the starter. They did sign the quarterback from the Patriots. What was his name?
Yeah.
I can't remember. Anyway, he had one. I think he played one game last year. That was
week 18.
Played one game. Now he had a good game, and he was a decent quarterback in college. And again, they signed him to be the backup. There's a reason why a quarterback is a backup quarterback. So it's one of those. I would say probably the 2 toughest positions to draft are quarterback and tight end. Mm-hmm. And again, it's either you get it right and they produce for you for years, or you're getting rid of them at the end of their 3-year contract.
Yeah. Joe Milton, the quarterback there from New England, and with the Cowboys, because obviously the Cowboys, a very passionate fan base that we have here for the Cowboys. I mean, you and I included. I mean, let's be fully transparent on that. I mean, so with Dallas, I was actually I saw the latest mock draft from our man Mel Kiper, and he actually had the Cowboys, even with the change right here, he had the Cowboys taking our man Quinn Ewers as a backup quarterback.
Okay.
Yeah, a very, very late round selection. I will say with the Milton thing, and again, we're basing the possibilities of Milton on one game in the final week of the season when your opponents were resting everybody, the excuses, whatever. And I know I joked when the trade went down, because that trade went down while we were on the air, and I'm like, oh, Super Bowl has been resolved. Joe Milton's coming to Dallas. But I will say, I think what the Joe Milton thing does do, and I've been very critical of the Cowboys about not addressing the backup quarterback thing, while Cooper Rush has been a great option, but has moved on to greener pastures. The thing is with Joe Milton, think about this, Stu. If Dak goes down, I think that Joe Milton is better suited to insert himself into the situation to where you don't have to dial back the offense quite as much as you did for Cooper Rush, because I think the styles are better. And I don't mean that both quarterbacks are black, so don't come at me with that. And Cooper Rush is a white dude. That's not what I mean. Cooper Rush is a pocket guy, where I think Joe Milton gives you some options right here if you need that. Obviously, you don't want that to be the case. I think the Cowboys may have snuck in a good move here by mistake somehow.
It's possible. Yeah, I think, because Milton is a lot more mobile. You like you said, you don't have to change up the offense too much. Again, you want to tailor the offense to the strengths of your quarterback, but it'll be a case of, you can use, the offense that you have laid out, maybe just move a couple pieces, put in for instance, maybe put in a different wide receiver that Milton might have a better connection with, that type of thing. So yeah, I mean, it's possible it could be a good choice there to sign Milton, having the backup. Dak, he's had two or three pretty substantial injuries,
big ones.
And so yeah, I mean, there is, you got to think about, okay, well, the next one could happen, and yeah, you got to have somebody that can slide in and keep the train rolling. So now it's interesting because there's one mock I've seen, and he paid a visit to the Cowboys. They were talking about taking Matthew Golden, wide receiver from Texas. They could use use a second wide receiver, put him opposite CeeDee Lamb. I think Matthew Golden would be fantastic. He showed his speed in the combine. I think he was the fastest wide receiver in the combine, 4.29 or something like that. So I would love to see that, just because I'm a big Matthew Golden fan. At the same time, the Cowboys do need to address the running back situation. And again, I say, wait till the second or third round to get a running back, because like I saw, I think Ashton Jonty from Boise State, the mock I'm looking at, let's see, where is he? He was going, I thought he was going like 6. Oh, he's going 6 to the Raiders.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, the Raiders are the Raiders. They do some weird things. I wouldn't pick him at number 6, but hey, if they need a running back that bad, so be it. I would definitely wait till at least the second round. The Cowboys have like 10 draft picks in this draft that'll be next week, so they've got plenty of chances to load up with some talent. They need to address the offensive line, especially at tackle.
Yeah.
They've got to address the secondary. They had a huge problem trying to stop the run last year, so they got to address that as well. So, Cowboys have plenty of opportunities to get some talent, fill those needs, and maybe try to at least get close to the Eagles this coming season.
And the hard part about it is, when it comes to Dallas, is, I would always say you're chasing the Eagles, but hell, now the damn the Commanders, have put themselves in a position to where they, I think you're third in the division right now. I mean, What are the Giants going to do? I don't know. The Giants are just it's kind of when your coach and GM are put on alert that you better win or else, and you don't have really anything happening right here. It's just total chaos over there. But I think kind of something that you mentioned right there with the running back, and I think probably Wags and I will probably dig into it later in the week with running backs available in this draft. I think for the Cowboys that have had that running back issue for the last several years, since Zeke was kind of in his prime, even trying to bring that dude back and get Zeke of old, which you knew that wasn't going to work.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you're the Cowboys in this running back draft, you have so many different options. I mean, I go and I look at Judkins and Henderson from Ohio State, and I think that those are two dudes that are sitting right there for the Cowboys, second or third round of the draft, depending how all this shakes out. I think Judkins is the guy that I kind of have circled for Dallas, where if that's a guy you want to go get, I mean, you got the dude from Denver, Rico Dowdle is gone, but go get you a running back, because I think you can get a running back in this draft that you can start building forward, that you're going to have in that rookie contract for 2, 3, 4 years, that's going to be able to build up your running game a little bit, take some of that pressure off Dak and CD. But like you mentioned with Golden, and it very much is for me, Stu, where it's like every time, even when Dak drops back and he plants his leg, I'm like, I have visions of that leg snapping in half. And it's very much with Dak what you're seeing here. And I think that this is why the backup quarterback thing is so important to me, is that this is very much the same trajectory we saw with Tony Romo. And everybody's going to say, oh, yeah, you can't win the big game. He fucks up when it's most important. That's not what I mean. The injury thing is what I mean. It's one thing, and it's not, it's not a strained calf. It's not turf toe. It's not a jam finger. It's busted ankles. It's big things. This dude is he's on borrowed time, and you have to be ready for him to, if he goes down. And I think they're a little bit more readier than they have been in the past.
I think you're right. Now, I would say next year's draft might be the draft where they look for the next quarterback, the one that will, take over for Dak. Unless Milton just, he gets in that right spot, and Brian Schottenheimer can find that system that will play to Milton's strengths and they start to succeed, then, could Milton become QB1? I mean, that's going to be the question, but you're right. I just mentioned it. 2 or 3 big time injuries just in the last 3 or 4 years for Dak. You're right. I think it is fair to say he is closer to the end of his career than he is to the beginning. Totally. And it's something that Cowboys are going to have to consider, maybe not this draft, but definitely in 2026.
And with that, it's a situation where I go back and I look, because it's like, Tony Romo, the hidden gem, Dak Prescott, 4th round draft pick, the hidden gem or whatever. But how you look at how Romo and Dak became the franchise quarterbacks, the man with the star or whatever, it's like you had Romo with the tutelage of Bill Parcells all that time. And then I remember it vividly. We were, my wife and I were on our honeymoon watching Monday Night Football at a crazy time, because we were in a different country, and Bledsoe gets yanked, and here comes Tony Romo, and he goes on this amazing run, or that was the beginning of Tony Romo. And then the way that season ended, with the holding, trying to hold the ball, it kind of set the tone for his career. Same thing with Dak. It's like, okay, Romo is now the seated starter, and he, what are we talking about? Back injuries, shoulder injuries, all these different things. He gets bent over backwards in a preseason game, and boom, he's gone. Here comes Dak, takes his job. And that's how the Cowboys get their franchise quarterbacks. And it's like, you have to have that piece in place, because this just seems to be a pattern. And I know that that's all dumb luck right now, but I just feel a little more confident there with Joe Milton in that spot to be able to continue this Schottenheimer offense than maybe Cooper Rush would have been able to do. And you mentioned the other needs. There are. I mean, when you lose going to be a Hall of Fame offensive lineman, when you lose somebody like that, and you had holes to fill there in the first place, I'm really curious to see how they balance this draft because they do have a lot of need. It's not one or two. It's pretty much across the board on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, they do. It's plus now, like you say, you got Schottenheimer as the head coach. What is he going to do as a head coach? We've seen what he can do as an offensive coordinator. Now as the head coach, how much does the offense change? How much does the defense change? They've got to, whatever the changes are, they got to fill those roles that will suit their systems, and that's going to be. Look, Cowboys have had up and down drafts. Let's be honest. Sometimes, whether it's Steven that takes the card from Jerry and says, no, we're going to go a different direction, or whatever. They've had decent drafts. They've had not decent drafts. It wouldn't shock me if they can't, if they get to 12, Matthew Golden's off the board, a couple other top wide receivers. It would not shock me if Cowboys trade out, and they've done that before. Trade out of the first round, stock up on more draft picks. That way they can stock up on more role players. I think based on what I have seen with the Cowboys over the years with the draft, I'm thinking that might be what happens next Thursday there in Green Bay.
I mean, Stu, you're spot on, because the one thing that we can say about the Cowboys organization is, well, we can say a lot of things, but the one positive thing that we can say about them is, yeah, they don't test the free agent market. They don't do a lot of that, although they did sign a lot of former first rounders in the offseason this year, first rounders that were busts. They did do that, but again, they've supplemented the roster, like along the defensive front. You got guys in place right there where I don't really want to applaud them for the job that they did, but as I've looked at it, they've kind of put some pieces in place. But the other part of that, kind of to my point there, is what they have done well is they have drafted really well, and the Cowboys are very much about homegrown guys. I mean, they're guys. They want to draft them. They want to put them in place, and they want them to be Cowboy guys. And they have. I mean, to the credit of Will McClay and Stephen Jones and I guess Jerry, Charlotte, whoever else, the cheerleaders, the Miller Lite vendor, whoever the hell is in these discussions, they really do a good job of that part. And I think with this draft, with what you have with offensive linemen, what you have with running backs, maybe if you want to get that quarterback on the back end of the draft somewhere, that the potential's there for them to go ahead and get some of those homegrown guys. Because that's just how they do business. We sit here and we say till we're blue in the face, and I hear our friends in DFW that talk about test the free agent market. They're not. This regime is not going to do that. That is just not their style. They absolutely will not do that. So if you can go get you some good stuff in these later rounds, hell, who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, it's like you said, you hear the guys like on 105.3 The Fan, my buddy Bobby Belt, and those guys. There was a lot of criticism about the Cowboys not taking advantage of the free agent market. They are very much we want to build them in our image, and so the best way to do that is through the draft.
Yeah. And not to mention, you've got a lot of money invested in two guys that have already restructured contracts that were just done. And, oh, by the way, you got another guy that has been at OTAs, that showed up for the voluntary workouts in Micah Parsons.
Yeah. But
you better deal with that too, because you're already in purgatory when it comes to the salary cap. And that dude's going to cost you a pretty penny. Dude is going to cost you a pretty penny. Before we move on to WrestleMania discussion coming up, got to tell you about our friends at Covert Bee Cave. Beautiful, beautiful dealership. Actually, 3 dealerships out there in the beautiful hill country of bee caves here in Central Texas. CovertBeeCave.com. Check them out for your weekly specials. Hey, it's Easter. It's Easter weekend coming up. I bet my man Dan and the crew out there have some weekly specials at covertbeecave.com. I don't look at that website very often, Stu, because I already have a vehicle that I don't drive very much. And if I look there, I'm going to find another one that I want. And I don't need to be doing car deals right now. But you can at covertbeecave.com. Here's a word from our great friends at Covert Bee Cave.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Thank you, Hayden. Thank you, Dan. Always say the lady's name first. It is covertbeecave.com. Also, don't forget our friends at McCall Custom Homes. Glass is in tomorrow in my brand new master bath shower, and that will be the final detail. Everything will be done, and I'm going to be so clean, and I'm going to be getting myself cleaned up in that badass master bath, renovated bathroom that was done by our friends at McCall Custom Homes. Check out their gallery of projects at McCallCustomHomesATX.com. They can come out, whether it's a bathroom renovation like I did, a kit, or my wife did. I had nothing to do with it. I just let them in, is all that I did. Kitchen renovation, you need to add the second story to your house, or you need a brand new home. It's McCall Custom Homes, family-owned business. Over 40 years, these folks have been serving Central Texans and making their dreams come to reality. Remember what you say about McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. Call or text our man Mike today, 512-633-9580. Texas Sports Unfiltered listeners and viewers, free estimates happening right now. 512-633-9580. Get a hold of McCall Custom Homes, McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Let's ring the bell because it's bell time. It is WrestleMania weekend coming up, and this just happened to work out perfectly. We go inside the ring with Stu Myrick every time that Stu Myrick joins Chaos Theory. And it's coming up, the big one, the granddaddy of them all, the Kentucky Derby of wrestling, the Indianapolis 500 of wrestling. Before Stu, because I haven't gotten to talk to you about this, I don't think, since this went down. The John Cena heel turn to me is, for one thing, I had a hard. It's hard to buy it anyway because that dude is such a good dude. Yeah. But just the look on his face. The dude did a hell of a job of making you want to be pissed off at him, even though I still couldn't be pissed off at him. Dude, did you know this was coming? Because you're on the inside. Did you know this was coming?
Now, through some insiders I know, I think it was actually, so The Rock, who is a board member of TKO Group, the parent company for WWE as well as UFC, he actually approached Cody Rhodes about turning heel. Cody said no, and that's when they pivoted to John Cena. It'd been during John Cena's heyday, fans were clamoring for him to turn heel because he would get he'd go into arenas, he'd get as many boos as he would cheers.
Yeah, but
he stayed a babyface, he stayed a good guy. There was, he was probably one of the top merch sellers for WWE. He was heavily involved in Make-A-Wish. I think he is still the top wish giver in Make-A-Wish history. So when that happened, it was a surprise. Now, I watched, right after, this their last big event was Elimination Chamber back in February. Coming out of that, WWE goes on a tour of Europe, and they were doing Monday Night Raws in, I think it was Brussels, London, a few other places. So it actually ended up being Monday afternoon Raws here in the U.S. And John Cena did he did the whole, he blamed the fans, which every bad guy does. As soon as they do the heel turn, they'll blame the fans.
Yep.
It was interesting. It's been interesting. I'll be honest, I'm mixed as far as the heel turn. My feeling, and this is just me, I felt like He didn't need to do a heel turn. I thought that the match, Cody Rhodes versus John Cena, undisputed WWE Championship, John Cena trying to win his 17th to allegedly, quote unquote, break Ric Flair's record. Look, Ric Flair's got more than 16 world titles, but WWE will only acknowledge 16.
Right.
I thought that by itself would sell. I didn't think it needed a heel turn, but they went there. They've gone there. Allegedly, John Cena's supposed to be at SmackDown Friday night at T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas. So that, and of course, that is the main event for WrestleMania. By the way, WrestleMania, 2 days, 2 nights, Saturday and Sunday. It will start at 6 p.m. here in Austin, here in Texas. Stream it on Peacock. The night 2 main event is Cody versus Cena. There are betting odds.
You can bet on everything now.
While it is predetermined, fans don't know who's going.
We don't know.
Yeah. There are betting odds right now. The money is slightly in John Cena's favor to win the title. I have a theory that they have a bang-up match. There will be interference. Cody ends up winning, keeps the title. He gets out of the ring and celebrates, and Rock turns on John Cena for failing to win the title. And then that sets up, because John Cena is on his farewell tour. So this is his final year in the ring. So Rock turns on John Cena, and it sets up possibly Rock versus Cena at SummerSlam.
Ooh. My thought was, when I saw the heel turn, and we can get to some of the matches on both nights coming up here in just a minute, but my thought was with the Cena heel turn, and especially with him on that final farewell, which are they ever really done? You mentioned Ric Flair. I saw something the other day. Ric Flair wants to wrestle again. I'm like, holy shit! Oh. But my thought was, so what happens here is you're going to have, I mean, however, I don't know what the amount of time left for him is to when he's actually supposed to step out of the ring, but you have this run as a heel. And then when it finally gets to the time where you're going to be done, whether it's for his career or this first phase of his career, then you have to switch. Where something happens and he comes back and he ends up riding out to the applause of the masses of WWE fans around the world. That was kind of my thought with that. But I like the angle that you have right there, because you set up a match, with The Rock, and I think having The Rock involved here. I mean, you're pulling in not only wrestling fans, but you're pulling in social fans from all around the world, because anything that dude does, people are going to latch on to. That's a really good angle. I like that. But
plus they've had a rivalry going back to WrestleMania 28 and 29, I believe, where they had the back-to-back matches. Plus, this gives John Cena the opportunity to turn back to babyface, because, like you said, it's a retirement. You don't want the fans booing him when he finally makes that exit. I liken it. The main wrestling promotion in Japan, New Japan Pro Wrestling. They're doing a similar thing with the man they call their ace, Hiroshi Tanahashi. He's doing his final year in the ring. He's now the president of New Japan Pro Wrestling, by the way.
Yeah,
he's going to be, he's going to get cheered. He's a baby face through and through and through. You're not going to turn him heel. That's why I have a problem with John Cena being a heel, because you don't want WWE fans booing him out of the building when he makes that final match.
That's kind of my thought, because wrestling fans are going to be, you get emotionally, like any other sport, you get emotionally involved. And when somebody pisses you off, they're race car drivers that have done things. And I'm like, okay, I think I'm over that, but I'm still kind of sour on, who. And that's not what you want with one of your biggest stars. I mean, arguably the biggest star you've ever had. I mean, because you put Cena right there with The Rock, with I think Stone Cold Steve Austin is kind of the just everybody's favorite, because he's one of us. I mean, he beat your boss up, all those different things. Hulk Hogan, the list goes on and on. But the one that I'm looking forward to is the Saturday night match, Stu, the triple threat, I think, with Reigns, Punk, and Seth Rollins. I think that this has every indication to where this is going to be a knockdown, drag out, beat the shit out of each other, choreographed, whatever you want to call it. The emotions are going to be so high. I think there's like genuine hate here. So I think this is going to be epic.
It's going to be fun. Now, the wrinkle right now. So, a little bit of backstory. Go back to Survivor Series War Games. It was going to be Roman Reigns and his bloodline versus, quote, the Bloodline 2.0. Roman Reigns needed a fifth member. They tried to get Seth Rollins time and time again. He kept refusing. Paul Heyman recruits CM Punk. CM Punk goes in War Games, gets the win. So he has helped Roman Reigns. For that, CM Punk said, Paul, you owe me a favor. So fast forward all the way to a couple weeks ago on SmackDown, CM Punk finally reveals that favor. Paul Heyman, who has been the wise man for Roman Reigns for all this time, his favor is that now his best friend, Paul Heyman, be in his corner, not Roman Reigns.
Yep.
And that's what's going to happen. Paul Heyman will be in CM Punk's corner. What's going to happen? I mean, Roman Reigns is already like seething. Seth Rollins is trying to end Roman Reigns because he feels like he has a part in what Roman Reigns became because, of course, they were part of the Shield, along with Dean Ambrose, now Jon Moxley, the current AEW World Champion. It's so there. Yeah, this is going to be just nothing but beating each other up. It's kind of a cool thing. This is CM Punk's first WrestleMania main event, so that's big for him. I'm looking forward to it. I think the odds right now are in Seth Rollins' favor. I have no idea who's going to win, but I'm just going to have fun watching it. That'll be the main event Saturday night, WrestleMania Saturday night. WrestleMania, by the way, at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas, the home of the Raiders. And if you haven't, by the way, WrestleMania weekend is one of those weekends, and I've done 5 of them. It is wrestling nonstop because you got WrestleMania, but you also got WrestleCon, which is kind of like Comic-Con, but it's all wrestlers. You also have independent wrestling promotions who will set up and do events in and around the WrestleMania city.
Is that right? I didn't know that.
It's fantastic. There is a promotion called Game Changer Wrestling. They're known for a little bit more hardcore extreme style. They have something what they call the Collective, and it is a series of different wrestling events featuring different promotions, different emphasis. So they have, for instance, there is a promotion called Defy Wrestling out of Seattle. They'll have a show. They're going to feature Progress Wrestling out of the UK. In fact, I co-host a wrestling radio show in Las Vegas with a guy by the name of Mark Hoke. We interviewed the lead for the head man for Progress Wrestling, and we talked about some of the stuff we will see for their show. They even have stuff like there's a gay wrestler by the name of Effie. We see him in Austin quite a bit. We'll bring him in for a promotion I do commentary for. He's going to host Effie's Big Gay Brunch. He's done this every year, and it focuses on LGBTQ wrestlers. So there will be a lot of those guys there. In fact, one of them is a local product, Brick Savage. He's going to be part of that. It is just, if you go to a WrestleMania weekend, even if you don't go to WrestleMania, you're going to have plenty of opportunity to see wrestling all weekend long.
Yeah. That's awesome. I didn't know that actually happened, man. That's how you do it. I mean, that's exactly how you do it right there. Excuse me. I have to ask you, Stu, it's I'm getting this a lot, mostly on the Coda text line, to where it's like, just with now that we mentioned the influence of The Rock that's here, and now Cena, at a totally different direction. I think one of the matches I'm looking forward to, not only because they're both beautiful women, but I think the Charlotte Flair Tiffany Stratton match, I think, is just going to be tremendous on Saturday night also.
They're both incredibly talented. I've interviewed Charlotte Flair before. I've interviewed Tiffany Stratton before. Tiffany Stratton is she's a younger, newer talent. Went through NXT, the developmental, brand for WWE. She is the current WWE Women's Champion. Charlotte Flair, of course, I think she's a 14-time world champion. This has gotten really salty. They had a promo battle a couple weeks ago on SmackDown that kind of went off the rails. They went a little bit off script, pulled in some personal stuff, talking about Charlotte's divorces.
I heard that.
It was like, okay, this is getting kind of nasty. I think it'll be a great match. I think both of them are incredibly talented. I think most everybody is expecting Charlotte Flair to win title number 15. I'm kind of hoping Tiffany Stratton keeps the title. We will see. But yeah, it is a that one's going to be one that everybody's going to be watching just because of what has happened leading up to that match.
I'm still just so jealous that you sat in a room and got to talk to my sweetheart, Alexa Bliss. I'm like, dude, I remember seeing that. I'm like, Stu, you're probably liking the interview, and I'm hitting you up here, man.
Well, that's the funny thing. She's not going to be part of WrestleMania. She's not even going to be part of like the signings and stuff.
Nope.
There is a rumor, if you believe, if you want to believe the wrestling websites, there is a rumor she will show up at the Raw after WrestleMania, which is always a crazy one. We will see. She came back. She even competed at Elimination Chamber back in February, and that we haven't seen her since.
Huh.
There is talk that she is going to be aligned with the Wyatt Six, which is Bo Dallas. He's Bray Wyatt's brother. Of course, Bray Wyatt passed away about a year or two ago. Bo Dallas and some other individuals, and apparently she's going to be aligned with them. That's going to happen after WrestleMania. We shall see. But yeah, I'm looking forward. Whenever she comes back, I always look forward to Alexa Bliss. She is incredibly talented in the ring.
Yes, she is very talented, if you know what I mean. I did want to ask you where I was talking about the Dakota text line. So I'm getting like multiple hits on there. Do you think somehow in this with the path that we're going right here, at one of these nights, I mean, I would assume that it would probably be on Sunday night. Do you think that maybe we hear the glass breaking and there's beer being thrown up in the ring? Do you think that goes down? The man from Edna, Texas.
So Friday night, so there is a WWE Hall of Fame. It is kind of a gimmick, but there's WWE Hall of Fame. This year it's Triple H, Michelle McCool, the Natural Disasters, and Lex Luger going in the Hall of Fame. They are also going to honor the match at WrestleMania 13 between Bret the Hitman Hart and Stone Cold Steve Austin. That's the one that kind of made Stone Cold.
Yep.
So we know Stone Cold and Bret Hart will both be in Las Vegas. Could Stone Cold find his way into somehow? It's not unheard of. There were a lot of people last year in Philadelphia that thought he was going to come down to help Cody win the title from Roman Reigns last year in Philadelphia. It ended up being The Undertaker. Could he show up at Allegiant Stadium? I wouldn't bet against it. We'll see. He's not going to wrestle, but come down and say hit the Rock with a stunner, because that's been the rivalry. Those are the two faces of, let's call it the Attitude Era, was Stone Cold and the Rock. It would not shock me if that happens, but we'll see.
Yeah. Well, I tell you, you get him, you get Stone Cold Steve Austin back in the somewhat in the mix right here, and it can be, I think, just with an appearance. It doesn't need to be something where he's showing up regularly. Just kind of popping in every now and then. Like the Milkman, just kind of pop in every now and then.
Yep.
And that's going to drive ratings, and that just drives the fandom, because that's one dude when it comes to not just the WWE. When it comes to that dude in professional wrestling, that's a guy that excites. I don't give a damn what league you like. He
will get the biggest pop every night.
Just makes it happen.
Quick plug. So I do a podcast called Sports Guys Talking Wrestling. Tonight we are recording, and it's Justin Simmons, Eddie Cross, and I. We're gonna pick every match. There are 13 matches slated for WrestleMania over 2 nights. We're also going to look at NXT Stand and Deliver, plus some other events that will be happening WrestleMania weekend. So expect that to drop late tonight. Sports Guys Talking Wrestling. Get it wherever you get your podcasts.
Absolutely. Speaking of big pops, before we jump out of here, Stu, coming off the Masters weekend and just intriguing, fascinating golf that we broke down yesterday on all the programs here on TSU. And again, live, local, all day long. You've got a little bit of a break there in the middle where you have to jump over to the app, but then hit YouTube, hit the spots once again from 2 to 6. And we got you live all the way through the day right here, 8 hours of local programming on Texas Sports Unfiltered. You're not going to find that anywhere else on any Austin radio station. But so numbers in from CBS from the Masters. And again, with the end right there, and Rory, with the Triple Crown and everything that he was able to achieve right there, monkey off the back, say whatever you want to say. Sunday, 12.7 million viewers was the average that they had during that. And then at the peak time, and I don't know what the peak time was, I would assume at the end, 19.543 million viewers tuning in to watch that golf tournament from Augusta, Georgia. And I think you got your money's worth, because that golf is an intriguing game, especially when it gets that way and you've got stories that are happening.
Yeah. You had a playoff there with him and Justin Rose. I mean, congratulations, Rory. And I was lucky enough. I got to see Rory many times when he would come play the Dell Technologies match play. And I was really happy that he finally got his green jacket. He got to complete his career Grand Slam. So, and yeah, the fact that CBS had those kind of numbers, I mean, that's Tiger numbers. That's from back in the day. So I'm thrilled for that. And not to mention, I always enjoy listening to Jim Nantz calling golf. And one of my favorite people on earth, Kevin Harlan, who sometimes I got to interview Kevin a couple times on Radio Road Super Bowls in the past, and he is such a good dude. Even got to chat with him a little bit before Super Bowl 54, and he is total professional and totally nice guy. So but it was so good to see Rory get the green jacket.
Absolutely. Hello, friends. I think the thing with golf, because you and I, in the time that we've, worked together out at COTA and different stuff with racing, where I correlate golf and racing a lot together, because it is the individual. I mean, drastically different environments and atmospheres and everything that goes on right there. But I think what golf has to where, especially NASCAR, has struggled, and Formula One not so much, because everyone in Formula One is a star because it's just a different brand, like we were talking about at the beginning of the show. And now you've got a little bit of parity in there. I think that helps, but NASCAR especially has struggled in the sense that you have stars that have exited and are doing different things. I mean, whether it be Harvick, Earnhardt, Stewart. By the way, Tony Stewart winning a top fuel race I mentioned yesterday in NHRA this weekend. But I think golf, and especially we saw it this weekend, to where golf has so many electric personalities that you can buy into. And I think that's why you see these numbers that you see in TV coverage and galleries that are full all the time, because there are so many likable personalities in golf.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's, there's also the intrigue of the PGA golfers and the LIV golfers playing in the same tournament. So you got guys like Bryson DeChambeau and others in there. But yeah, it is just, you haven't seen that. Golf has done a good job of, I guess, bridging the generations, so to speak. With the stars. You mentioned NASCAR is currently kind of, because you got a lot of younger guys that are trying to make their name in NASCAR. Formula One doesn't change. You'll see a few new names, but the top guys, Verstappen, Hamilton, Lando and others, they're still there, and they're still competing at a decent level. Yeah, Verstappen's not winning as much right now, but that's okay, because like you said, parity. I'm okay with that. You think, talk about when Verstappen was winning. Think before him when Lewis was winning everything. I mean, he has eight Formula One world titles. So, he was winning. He didn't lose anything. And now you're starting to see, like I said, McLaren, coming up. Ferrari starting to make a charge. Mercedes is starting to make a charge. I think George Russell got P2 in Bahrain. So, yeah, I think it's good that golf has bridged the gap there and bridged the generations.
Yeah, they definitely have. You've got you got a lot of likability right there, and maybe even some dudes that you don't like. So they've done a really good job with that. Let's bring in the men of the Lone Star Playbook. It's Jordan. It's Turbo. How we doing this morning, gentlemen? What's going on?
We're doing good. Were we talking wrestling on this show a few minutes ago? I'm looking at the comments.
It's WrestleMania week. Come on.
It is.
You watch that stuff, Will?
I do, yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Roommates.
All right. There you go.
Watch it. So,
who's your favorite?
Big CM Punk guy.
Okay.
Always have been.
All right. We'll
Halloween
see if he goes over night
2011.
one.
I'm taking Seth in that one.
Okay. Yeah, that seems to be the favorite right now. So, but we'll see.
Jordan, will you be checking into WrestleMania either Saturday or Sunday this weekend, my man?
I will not be. I will be somewhere in Houston this weekend. So
nice.
No, I won't. I won't hit y'all with the fake riff today.
Come on,
I'll let y'all.
Don't use the F word.
Yeah.
It's predetermined and choreographed.
There you go.
Use the F word.
There you go.
Still real to me, damn it.
I've never watched.
I met that guy, by the way.
Really?
On several occasions, yes. He's a great guy out of Georgia. Met him at some of the different events that I've been a part of. He's a nice guy.
That's awesome.
Legend.
That's good. Yeah. All right. Lone Star Playbook coming up. Stu, as always, man. Thank you for the insight. Thank you for being a part of Chaos Theory today, man. Like I said, you're always the first call. Hope we get to do it again soon.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Rodney. Have fun, Jordan. Will.
All right, boys. Y'all have a great show. We'll see y'all tomorrow.
Good to see you.
Awesome. Well,
right,
welcome into Lone Star Playbook. Will, you want to start somewhere, or?
I didn't. I was just gonna say what a weekend. Not even from a recruiting standpoint, but from we're gonna get on to it later because I know both of us really want to talk about Nico Iamaleava. But the Masters, I know you're not a big golf guy, but I hope you at least. I think you had to have been out of Under Armour by the time that the 18th and the playoff happened. Did you see that?
No, I was in the left lane on I-45 in the passenger seat. Colin drove this weekend. So, no. I played golf a little bit growing up. Like, I guess when my dad would get the itch and would drag us along and like that. But watching it, I don't know, little boring. I usually will tune into the Masters, though. I'll say that. But I just was busy this weekend, didn't get around to doing it, and had other stuff at the top of my mind. But it looked like a pretty good finish. Rory finally got it done. It's hilarious seeing on Twitter people being like, I'm not a golf fan, compare this in NFL terms. And people are like, it's the Cowboys winning the divisional round. Or other stuff like that. So I thought that was funny. But no, I very casual fan in large majority of sports outside of football and basketball, but especially with golf. So, yeah.
Yeah. What do you want to get into first? You want to do Texas recruiting or you want to do the big story of the last week?
Yeah, let's talk some Nico Iamaleava. So I haven't seen a ton of new stuff. I think that Nick and I didn't talk about yesterday. One thing we found super interesting was that, everyone's making a big deal. Arch Manning is the only quarterback of the 5 or 6 ranked 5-star quarterbacks from the 2023 cycle that hasn't entered the transfer portal. Well, there's actually more data to it. 18 of the top 25 ranked QBs from that cycle have already transferred or are currently in the portal and haven't found a home yet. And you go look at the NFL draft, I cannot think of a single quarterback besides Jalen Milroe that did not transfer that's going to be drafted this month. Literally everyone else transferred at some point. So I think that's fascinating. And there's almost more, not almost, there is more turnover, more portal entrance at the quarterback position than any other position. And all the time, people are shout out Jeff Howe for this. He would always bring this up. All the time, people are like, oh, 24/7, y'all are idiots. Y'all got this wrong. Or they'll say broad statements like that. Do y'all have any idea how hard it is to accurately project an NFL draft from when these guys are 15, 16, 17, 18-year-olds to 3, 4, 5, 6 years down the road. It is almost impossible, and especially at the quarterback position. NFL teams fuck up the quarterback position like probably just as much as anyone else, you know. It's really hard to accurately grade and project those guys, regardless of what it is. Nico Iamaleava has all the talent in the world. He's had all the talent in the world. He just hasn't put it together yet. But if you stick Nico Iamaleava in this year's draft, I guarantee you an NFL team would draft him.
Absolutely. I'm glad you said that.
You know,
I'm glad you said that.
Look, he is talented. He's sure as fuck not worth $4 million. I can say that. I understand what their angle is and their push for the market, but like you can't be a would-be could be quarterback that gets paid, and after 2 years you're still a would-be quarterback asking for even more money. It's just not how it works.
But
So
isn't Darian Mensah making $4 million this year at
yes,
Duke?
but Darian Mensah, who I'm also like sure as fuck not worth $4 million.
Right.
Darian Mensah. And that whole thing is like, Duke, you're telling me you couldn't money whip anyone better than Darian Mensah for $4 million. Maybe it was they couldn't get anyone into the school. Maybe they couldn't get a big name QB to want to come play for little old Duke. You know, they are going to be a basketball school no matter what. But that whole thing was crazy. Now, what I have seen since yesterday's show, we talked about how from our Florida State 24/7 site, one of the recruiting writers, Brendan Sonnone, he put in a pick for a North Carolina crystal ball for Nico Iamaleava. And then I believe later in the day, they either picked up a commitment or it's very clear they're trending for one.
They're going to get, Gio Lopez out of South Alabama.
Yeah. Who played for Major Applewhite this past fall.
That's right.
And
That's right.
Hey, you know who I'm hoping gets their shot now at South Alabama?
I have no idea.
This will crack a smile on his face. Bishop Davenport.
Oh, wow. I didn't know he left Utah State.
Yeah, he transferred out of Utah State. He's now at South Alabama. I don't know if there might have been a stop in between there. But Bishop Davenport is like a folk hero in Houston.
Just a gunslinger.
So the current head coach at Willis High School, who's been there since the 2023 season, Lagway's senior year, he basically built up his name and profile at Spring High School, which back in the day was a pretty damn good program. But as Spring ISD expanded, Westfield Decaney was added. You know, their talent pool got watered down. But they had a really good run there in what would have been the 2021 or 2022 season.
The 20 and 21 season, they had really great years. The 21 one, they had a wide receiver by the name of Chucky Hines, who ended up at
Tanuk Hines' brother.
Yeah, that's right. They had a running back who also ended up playing at the college level. I can't remember his name. That year
they had a corner named Dorian Friend who Jimbo Fisher in A&M totally screwed. I've told that story before about how like they knew that was his dream school. They knew if they offered him, he'd try to commit, and they offered him after camping, and he tried to commit, and they told him no. That later ended up being a part of the Lagway situation with the head coach because it was the same head coach of those two programs when that happened. They also had a linebacker. I think his name was Braylon something. I forget his last name. He had several offers, but didn't end up signing it anywhere. He either, I guess, just stopped playing football or went JUCO. I haven't seen anything on him. And then they had a receiver named Caden Bradley that went to Blinn, and I'm not sure if he's found a home yet. They had several like clear FBS talents that either didn't have the grades or they had off-field problems, so they ended up elsewhere. But like, man, the coaching job by Trent Miller, one of the best in the Houston area, and he's done a really good job over at Willis. But with Nico Iamaleava, though, North Carolina, it's looking like they're going to get the South Alabama quarterback, like we said, so that spot's kind of filled up. Texas Tech was amongst USC, UCLA, Oregon, and Notre Dame as schools that, you know, basically called the media and was like, hey, y'all need to put out reports that we're not interested in him. UCLA, though, is picking up some steam. On3 reported yesterday North Carolina, Tulane, and UCLA are the schools to watch. The Tulane one is interesting. I don't see them putting together that kind of money, and also they are also in it for Jaden Rashada, who is going to come at a much cheaper price tag with you don't take the PR hit either. So with Nico, it's kind of looking like it might be UCLA, and it's just a crazy situation. You like compare the situation to UCLA or literally any other school that he could have the opportunity to go to compared to what it would have been at Tennessee. Literally worse all around. Worse coaching, offensive line, skill room. And he's also going to be playing in the cold if he goes to UCLA when, they have away games in the Big Ten. So just horrible, horrible scenario and a great example of why daddy ball doesn't work. And it never really has worked, but in today's day and age, NIL, dad, uncle being the handler or agent, shit's not going to fly anymore. And this is a great example of that blown up in their face.
Yeah. I will say, if anyone ever wants to play, they doubted me, and people said I was overrated, and they called me a bum. If anyone wants to do that this season, it's Nico Iamaleava. I've been high on him for the last 3 or 4 years now. I still believe that he maybe not the Heisman level that I thought he was at, coming into college, but he is still a guy that is going to be drafted in the NFL, whether it takes him a year or two at, either UCLA or I think Notre Dame could get involved here. I think Texas Tech is a name to watch out for. Those are three really different situations for him. And like we've heard, USC is not going to be involved. Kind of not surprisingly, I think Jaden Maivia is a great quarterback, and I'm not sure it's a huge bump for them. And they're paying Jaden Maivia a whole lot. I mean, they just pushed Miller Moss out of there.
Yeah.
But Nico Iamaleava at a place like UCLA, I think, is great. I think playing Big Ten defenses, if he can overcome that, he's not going to put up the stats he did this past year. And I think it's going to be easy to say that he fell off if he goes to UCLA. And he doesn't throw for 300 plus and 4 touchdowns in half the games like he did, because it's just not viable in the Big Ten. If you're doing that in the Big Ten, you're probably going to win a Heisman, just because of the way I think UCLA has a very tough schedule. Again, I mean, anyone they play is a tough schedule because they're almost far and away the worst roster in the conference, other than maybe Rutgers.
Hey, Rutgers is. People see that our logo and shit on them, including myself.
Well,
but they're sneakily a better program than most people think, but definitely a bottom 4, bottom 8 Big Ten team, no doubt.
But I think someone's going to get a steal in Nico Iamaleava. I'm going to be honest. I think
they still got to pay.
I know they got to pay, and I think he
was
listed as the number 1 overall player, and obviously the number 1 quarterback in our transfer rankings, ahead of Carson Beck, ahead of John Mateer. The one that I am a little bit surprised about is John Mateer. John Mateer is now a 3rd quarterback in the transfer portal. Clearly has the best film out of anyone in the country, but he also did play Portland State and a couple teams like that this past season.
And also the portal rankings are set up like high school rankings where it's draft projection. Now, they're not going to do 32 5-stars because there's not 32 projectable first-round players in the portal. But like Iamaleava, his NFL draft potential is much greater than Carson Beck's at this time, and it's better than John Mateer's at this time.
Carson Beck has 1 year at Miami. He will get drafted, but he will be I think at best late first round. I think very likely 3rd or 4th round. I don't think this is a guy, coming into the year. What I'm trying to get at here is we've seen very few situations over the last 5 years or so where guys have come in, for example, Carson Beck going into this year's draft was projected to be a first-round pick before the season started. Some people thought he could be the 1st overall pick. Obviously, he had an awful season. Injuries played a part in that. I think he was banged up a lot. I just don't think Carson Beck is, I'll say it, I don't think he's good. I mean, I just don't think he moves the needle for anyone. And I think if you gave Miami the option to have Carson Beck or Nico Iamaleava, I think they're taking Nico Iamaleava 10 times out of 10. And I think that, like I said, someone's going to get a steal, even paying the heavy price tag on him, because we know the price is going to go down now. He's had the worst PR in the history of the transfer portal now. Like you said, daddy ball sucks. His dad never gets involved here. He has a great season at Tennessee. It's just how it is. I don't think he actually wanted to leave Tennessee. So I would hope he ends up in Notre Dame. I think he ends up in Notre Dame. He has a first-round pick next year. He ends up at Texas Tech. Man, he's going to break some Big 12 records. He's going to come close to some of the things that Pat Mahomes did there. With the receiving core that Texas Tech has this year, he's better than I'm not sure who Will Hammond is the projected starter there.
It's Baron Morton. Tech is not going to go after him. They're rolling with Baron Morton.
I don't understand that. I think
like you see. So I read a report this morning that basically someone reported the list of schools that were tampering in December, in January, when he should have tried this bullshit about actually threatening to go in the portal because there's way more schools that still need a quarterback in December than in April. And if they had an agent or literally anyone with a brain giving them guidance, they would have told them that. But Tech, basically all the schools he's been linked to were those schools tampering with him. Tech, USC, UCLA, Notre Dame, and there's one more. I'm blank. It wasn't Oregon. Oregon wasn't reported with that group.
It definitely wasn't Oregon because Oregon was likely the whistleblower in this whole thing, or at least.
Yeah, I keep seeing people like I saw someone write a report and reference that like Oregon was who busted this whole thing open. Dan Lanning told him, and you click on the link and it takes you to a story basically like aggregating the internet rumors that still has not been confirmed.
Yeah, it hasn't been confirmed. And Dan Lanning, he had an interesting answer. He was asked, do you have anything to say about, reportedly or allegedly being, the whistleblower in this whole thing? He said, I only want to talk about Oregon football. So in my eyes, that means something did happen.
Yeah, but I mean, coaches do also dodge around all the time.
Right.
So yeah. I don't know. He's never is going to admit to that, and that's fine. But man, I don't know. I'm very fascinated still to see how this unfolds. So yeah, and I mean with UCLA, like, do they not? I know it's an entirely different coaching staff. Do they not remember how they tried to work with their last 5-star quarterback, Dante Moore? They already got a portal kid out of App State.
Do they not remember how Nico's brother flipped from there? Or he was committed to UCLA at one point, wasn't he?
Yeah. Well,
he's now at Arkansas.
Yeah, and they were paying way too much. I heard from someone who covers an SEC program that already had a QB commit in 26 at the time, or in 2025, I should say, at the time, but not a very good one, kind of just a body type of take, and, they start looking at potential options to replace that take with, and they extend a call to Madden Iamaleava in his camp. And they basically like, yeah, we come, but we're going to need like $800K minimum. I mean, really probably $1 million, but we're not going for anything under 800 for year one. And keep in mind, this is a 3-star quarterback who is not remotely as talented as his older brother and doesn't have the ceiling that his older brother does or the wild physical traits that his older brother does. He's kind of like what people called, Arch. He's only good because of the name. Kind of what the little brother's getting by with a little bit. Just not quite the prospect his brother is, and that's okay. But it's not worth $800K out of high school. And when they told that SEC school that they need that, they hung up like 30 seconds later and like, all right, we're not going after him. So I'm curious, like, what the hell is Arkansas paying him that they flipped him with on the last day of the signing period, too? It wasn't a signing day thing. It was a signing period, which is 3 days, and that happened the very last day. So that meant they were probably calling multiple schools, or at least we can assume that, considering how it's been handled with the older brother. And who does Arkansas have a pretty heated rivalry with that'll probably get a lot more heated now, considering he's on the team? Tennessee. And I believe Arkansas plays at Tennessee this year.
Yep.
So, I mean, I don't know. Love the storylines, love the drama, love the chaos. But, I mean, some of the shit is, like, horrible for the sport. And, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Don't really have any more thoughts. It seems like UCLA is the easiest spot to predict. Still wouldn't rule out Brendan Marion pulling something out of his ass. Would love to see
I think that'd be a whole lot of fun. But I think the odds are on if he doesn't end up at he's not going to end up at USC. He's not going to end up very likely at Notre Dame. Although, like I said, I think that would be a great spot for him. I think the odds on Nico Iamaleava playing at a third school in 2026 are very high, especially if he has a good year at UCLA. I think it would be a whole lot of fun to see, him in Arkansas, being the starter before his brother takes over, and getting to play. That game would be back in Fayetteville in 26, although we're not sure how the SEC schedule is going to turn out that year. I think Nico Iamaleava playing back in the SEC in a couple of years would be a lot of fun. I believe in him. I'm going to be the guy in September and October when he's having a good year and people are saying, oh, Iamaleava, that he was doubted all along. He can have the commercials where they say they wrote me off. He's the only one in sports history that I actually believe it for. Even Geno Smith shouldn't be able to do it because he wasn't slandered this much.
Hey, can I disagree?
Yeah, go for it.
Can we make a bet that by the end of the season, he's still not considered a top 10, top 15 quarterback in college?
Okay, but I think yes, he was a 5-star. Yes, he was, the number 2, number 3 quarterback in the country. I just don't think, I think the standard is too high. Like where people think he should be, he's probably not going to turn out to be as good as everyone expected him to be out of high school. But the expectations that were, he was going to be a top 5 pick. So
he has the physical traits and the ceiling to project to it.
Can we move the goalposts a little bit that when this guy's a first-round pick in the NFL, that it's still, even if he gets drafted late in the first or, he's a mid-round pick, it's not a disappointment. Quarterbacks don't get drafted. We're not seeing 20 quarterbacks get drafted every year. I think, he's someone that's going to need at least 4 years of college. I just don't think any situation where he declares for the draft after this coming season. We talked about how he was likely going to be pushed out of there after this year. And how, Faison Brandon comes with a heavy price tag himself. And
all him probably getting pushed out stuff started coming out once they tried to out leverage Tennessee in December and January. That's when Tennessee's like, okay, we're not moving on before this season because that's just not going to work. But he sure as hell isn't the guy next year. We're going to get rid of him. That's where that came from, was because when they tried to renegotiate for $4 million back in December and January and were told no, and they circled back in April and basically didn't give Tennessee a choice but to kick them out, which they did. Last thing I'd say, if I was Big Nick Iamaleava, the dad, I would be begging and pleading for Syracuse to take him. You're in a bummy ACC. The guy that's supposed to start for them this year is Kevin Minchie, whatever it is, who transferred in from Notre Dame, who is about what you would get with Nico, I think, in terms of consistency, but at least Nico has the high ceiling and can grow more. And start a year there. If they can build off what they did last year, Fran Brown is going to be a head coach in the SEC or somewhere else that is a much better football school than Syracuse. And what does he do? He follows Fran Brown to
Arkansas
or LSU or whatever SEC school opens because sorry, I got the text, but because I think he's going to get a job and he can bring them with. And Fran Brown, he's done a really good job in recruiting. I don't really know how he's doing in the Northeast, to be honest, with recruiting those kids, but every year he's signing like 5-10 kids from SEC country that slip through the cracks for whatever reason. And he gets them in, and Syracuse has body types and athletes they haven't had since I don't know when. So, and he's going to bring all those guys with him too, because most of those guys were guys that had Georgia offers or other big SEC offers. They just slipped through the cracks, and he basically extended an olive branch to them and saved them, or else they would have signed to Georgia State or an FCS or a G5. And there's loyalty there. I know, they can always leave and get more money, but they will follow him, and he will have a decent group of guys that he will bring with him to his next spot. So I would look at that. But let's get into some Texas.
Can I just do a little bit of the opposite side of this, the Tennessee side, and then we'll get into Texas recruiting.
Mm-hmm.
I think the one name that Tennessee should be looking for here is Haynes King. He hasn't entered the portal. and I don't think there's really been any buzz around him doing that. But I think Haynes King has earned his way back into the SEC, and I think that is someone that Tennessee should tamper with heavily. I don't think George McIntyre is ready to be a starter. I don't think Ryan Merklinger or whoever else they have.
Yeah, they're not rolling with those guys.
They need someone. They are also in a bad position here. I think that's the biggest part of this story that I'm kind of angry about. You've heard me for the last 15 minutes saying that I don't like, I think Nico's being doubted too much. I think Tennessee is not in a good spot now. They don't have an SEC quarterback 6 months before the season starts. And I think it's going to be hard for them to – it might be easy for them to go get someone because we know they can pay, and we know they're going to be paying someone on a one-year deal where most of it's up front. So that won't be too much of a problem. But quarterbacks in the spring portal don't hang off a tree. There's no one other than Jaden Rashada in the portal that they could get right now.
Yeah, that's why.
And actually, they can't get Jaden Rashada. He played in the SEC, right?
Yeah, he went in December, so he could transfer in conference and still be eligible. But like he has visits to Tulane in Western Kentucky, Tennessee. They're not putting their 2025 season when they have a surrounding roster that could still compete to go to the CFP. They're not putting that on a Walmart version of Nico, who's also obsessed with money. Like they're not doing that. And Nick and I were going through like if we were Tennessee and we had to come up with a list of names to tamper with, what would it look like? And the top ones for me were Kyron Drones, Avery Johnson, Sawyer Robertson. If you could do it, they're not going to be able to get Sam Levitt. We didn't even entertain that, though. That's all their fans are posting. And a lot of them are posting Haynes King too. One thing I think a lot of people are forgetting about Haynes King, where does he come from, and who's his dad?
Longview, Texas.
Yeah, and his dad is John fucking King.
He's a Longview
the head man at Longview that's, has done a phenomenal job over there with the Lobos. The only reason they left A&M is because Jimbo completely fucked up that entire situation, which is a huge reason why they couldn't get Jalen Hale or Taylor Tatum. John King was going to make sure they knew the exact details of what happened with his son, and none of those kids went to A&M. Not a single one of them. He does things by the book. He's an old school guy, and he's a great person in the Texas high school football world that has done a lot and is a big voice. And is what I'm a very big fan of has been one of the loudest voices amongst Texas high school coaches and pushing against the voucher stuff that Abbott's trying to push or whatnot. But what I'm trying to say, though, John King, what he's instilled in his son, I don't care how much money they're offering. I don't see Haynes King doing that and turning his back on Brent Key, especially when you look at who is recruiting Haynes King out of A&M. Georgia Tech was not looked at how they are now under Brent Key as kind of savvy up-and-coming program with some NIL funds too. They signed a 5-star offensive tackle. They weren't looked at that same way when he transferred there 2 years ago. And loyalty is rare in today's day and age of college football, but I think Haynes King and that family has it. So I don't think he's the guy. I think Tennessee will try, but I don't think he's going to be their guy. But, yeah.
I would say Connor Harrell. That's the last one, and then now we'll get to Texas football recruiting because a huge weekend. I think we're at double-digit crystal balls since Sunday. A lot of those were from Hank. He put out a 6-pack yesterday on some guys that you already had crystal balled. I tailed him on a couple of those. Let's start off with Kosi Opala. We talked about him on this. Go ahead.
Can we start with Emmett Mosley first?
Yeah. Actually, I don't know why we wouldn't start with Emmett Mosley, because recruiting is fun, but the portal is a little bit more fun at this time of the year. And Texas gets a guy who put up pretty consistent yards as a true freshman at Stanford, behind Alec Imonor, behind Tiger Backmeyer there. Stanford had a pretty good receiving core, and it wasn't easy for a true freshman to get involved there. But he did put up over 600 yards. We have heard that he's a speed demon, but that wasn't really shown off at Stanford. So Texas is kind of looking, I would imagine, looked at a lot of the high school tape when, deciding to extend this offer and take him, for the 27 season. So I think that, Texas is getting a guy that can play for you in a pretty big role early on. He's going to have a good amount of years here. And I think, there's going to be some conversations late in the offseason if Emmett Mosley is the better fit for you, or if Khalil Lockout or Jamie French are, in terms of what I've always assumed is that Texas was going to be getting someone that they used in a Ryan Wingo role this past season, where it's a lot of third downs, a lot of flats, a lot of routes where there is rat capability, and someone can break open into space. They will try to put some weight on Emmett Mosley. He did look like a college football player as a freshman, but I don't think even Stanford was thinking that was, the final product. So interested to see what he looks like, once he gets with the team, because obviously he's probably made some strides physically over the last few months. But yeah, that's about all I've got. I think it's a great move for Texas. High upside guy. It's someone that if it doesn't work out in year one, he won't be with the program come the 26th season. So it's kind of do or die, and that's how it is in the portal. That's how it especially is with portal wide receivers, sink or swim. And I think Emmett Mosley, in the spot that they need him for, will swim.
Yeah, he's an interesting ad. Going back to December or January or whatever it was, and since then, you check in with people in Austin. What are y'all getting out of the portal? Tight end and starting level receiver. And specifically a starting level receiver that is a Matt Golden, A.D. Mitchell, or Isaiah Bond type that comes with starting experience and then is plug and play, one and done. Leave after 1 year. Emmett Mosley can't do that because he has to wait 2 years before he's draft eligible, or play 2 more seasons, I should say. So that kind of tells me Texas did their research and figured out that he is very likely going to be the best option for them compared to the names that will be in the portal in about a week, which makes sense. I think they could also go and still add another body, and they would love to go get a one-and-done starter. Like I said, I still think that's part of it. And I believe they're currently at 9 scholarship receivers. I looked before hopping on the show. In the Sark era, they've had 9 to 10. And, you look at the guys they added and the guys they lost. Silas Bolden, Isaiah Bond, Matt Golden are all gone. Freddie DeBose is also gone. Same with Jonte Cook. And Ryan Niblett also moved to the other side of the ball. So you lost 6 receivers, scholarship receivers, that entered the year as, Texas receivers last season. And they replaced them with 4 guys. Khalil Lockett, Dalen McCutcheon, Jamie French, Michael Terry. Now Emmett Mosley. There's still, room for more addition there, and they're also still below the 85 scholarship count with Emmett Mosley. So I think there could be another name. And as far as Emmett Mosley goes, yes, he was Stanford's, I'd say, best receiver last year. Not saying a ton.
Second best. I look on my note.
Yeah. Which isn't saying much because you look at their roster and compare it, I guess, to a contenders or whatnot. But with Mosley, the most important thing for him, he raises the floor of the receiver room at Texas. Doesn't do much for the ceiling, but he raises the floor. And when you look at who else they signed in the recruiting cycle, he came out of 2024, Ryan Wingo is a 3-year player. One of the most obvious 3-year players that's been at Texas in recent years. Parker Livingstone, probably a 4-year guy, maybe even 5 years. He redshirted, I believe, and only appeared in 4 games last year. Same with Aaron Butler, 4 or 5-year guy. Mosley, not sure yet. I do think, he has the 10-7 track markers, but, the on-field speed sometimes makes you kind of question that, but I do trust it, I guess. And he primarily works out of the slot. So it's like, okay, who is going to be the slot? Is he just they want to get a really good backup for DeAndre Moore, or which one's getting split out wide? Because I do think DeAndre Moore has more versatility to his game where he'll be more comfortable in those outside spots, at least compared to what Mosley lined up at as a true freshman. But your look like that is a question mark I have. How are those guys? What is the order going to look like? Especially because the reviews from Dalen McCutcheon who's been thrown into the fire as the starting slot this spring because DeAndre Moore is, hurt this spring. The reviews have been great, but it's like with freshmen, especially when they're in that position, it's always hard to tell. Like, are you saying they're doing great compared to the rest of the team? Or are you saying like they're doing great with the context that he's a true freshman and got there in January? And I think that's to be determined, So, again, it raises the floor. It is a very good ad, safe ad, I think. And also one thing that's interesting that I haven't seen many people bring up, this is his younger brother. 2026.
I was hoping you'd get to this.
Top 247 receiver out of, SoCal, Los Angeles area. Chris Jackson and Texas love this kid. They were one of his first offers, and he was one of the first receivers that got offered in 2026. The only thing is USC hired Chad Bowden, like I've been talking about for however many weeks, and they were like, hey, we need to recruit SoCal. This is one of the best players in SoCal. Let's go get him. They got him. Shut it down pretty early, and even before, Lincoln Riley and Chad Bowden decided they need to recruit the area they're in, this kid was very likely to end up at USC regardless. So Texas was really pushing for an unofficial visit up until he committed. I do not know what the contact level has been like since, but it is easy to assume Mosley will get down to Austin at least once before signing day, whether for an actual visit or whether to see his older brother play in a game in DKR this fall or maybe at a practice or something like that. So I think this is something to watch, especially with how the 2026 receiver dominoes have fallen. On the surface level, Emmett Mosley, it's one guy, but could potentially be a 2-for-1 deal, So I think that is definitely interesting. And I'm going to be trying to make some calls around this one to figure out, hey, could an unofficial get on the schedule? Or, maybe was he on the visit with his brother? I'm not sure. So another interesting part of that ad. And again, I do think if it is the right guy that checks enough boxes, they will target another portal receiver as well. So just very, very safe ad for the Longhorns and the receiver room and / unit. But we'll do some recruiting. Kosiak Paul, like you said, I spoke with him on Sunday. I didn't interview him because y'all had interviewed him the day before and asked him the same questions I would have. Didn't get the crystal ball until yesterday, but if you're a regular listener, then you would know that this is a guy we've been predicting to end up at Texas, or we've had the feel he'll eventually end up at Texas for a long time. And I actually, the first ever story I wrote about him, like the week after they offered him last year, I think I wrote, like, as long as he stays on the board for Texas, I think that's where he ends up. It was very candid when I interviewed him then for the first time last spring, how big that Longhorn logo and the burnt orange means to people and kind of his community. That helped with raising Brian Arakpo and seeing how that program benefited him and, eventually his community once Arakpo came back home and helped out, around the Houston area. So I've always felt like it's a great shot. And, I view Kosi kind of similar to how I talked about Emmett Mosley. This is a big position in need for Texas this cycle. They need linebackers, and they're going to sign at least 3 and potentially 4 of them. Akpala is the floor setter and is a unique skill set as a primarily 2-point edge rusher in high school that has to be spun up. So when you need that quantity, that amount of takes in a cycle, and this is the guy you set the floor with, it is a very good sign. And I'm very confident he'll eventually end up at Texas, whether he commits and moves up his timeline to April or May, June, or whether he actually waits till July like he says he plans to. I like Texas in the short term and in the long term.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get any disagreement from me. I would like to talk a little Samari Matthews.
Oh, yeah.
Because Samari Matthews was offered by Texas either in late January. I believe it was middle of February, though. It was right when Mark Orphy kind of settled in. And the day that Texas offered, I was on the phone with Samari Matthews. Samari Matthews said, Texas is pretty firmly in the race already here. And that was 2 hours after earning an offer. And he hadn't had much conversation with Mark Orphy, while he was at Rutgers. And then, the first few days that he was at Texas, that phone call was, hey, you have an offer and we'd like to get you up to campus and we'd like to schedule an official visit. And he was very receptive to that, scheduled an official visit within a day of earning the offer, scheduled an unofficial that same week. He was finally on campus this past weekend, and this loaded visitor weekend that we're kind of talking about here. Spoke very highly of Texas, spoke very highly of Dwayne Akina and Mark Orphy. When someone's a Clemson lean in the spring, like Samari was, there's a very good chance that they're going to end up there. We've talked about how Clemson recruits and their philosophy of not only quarterbacks one offer at a time, but it feels like from a recruit standpoint, that's how it seems at every other position too. When you are on their board, you're not, you go up there for a visit or you make a phone call, someone's going to answer it. When you're there on campus, you're getting the red carpet every time because they don't, bring in 100 guys every weekend. They know who they want. They know they have a very high hit rate at every single position because they don't offer that many kids. So I think when Samari Matthews said, hey, Texas is pretty firmly in the mix here, and I feel like I have a higher upside there than I do anywhere else, when he has a standing Clemson offer and a lot of connections, deep connections and bonds with that staff, it was a shock. So I think, Texas has done a good job. It's no secret there. They've done a great job with Samari Matthews. I think he's one of the highest upside takes in this entire class. I think he will be someone that ends up a single digit or a double digit recruit and not a triple digit one. In terms of the ranking, I don't think it's crazy to say that he could put himself into 5-star territory, late in the cycle here, especially with what the cornerback class looks like. So if Texas were to get a guy like Samari Matthews, finally get a player out of the state of North Carolina, which I don't think has happened under Steve Sarkisian. Actually, I know it hasn't happened. The only player that's from the state of North Carolina is Cole Brevard. And he was not he doesn't count. High school takes. That doesn't count. So great, great potential move for Texas.
I know Clemson's in it. Who else is on the OV schedule? It's like South Carolina and Florida State.
South Carolina. I'm going to take a look for you right here. Clemson and South Carolina were considered to be the two biggest ones. Florida State's also in there.
Yeah. The school I am very curious to see, are they going to get in it more? North Carolina. He did a few times this spring with the new staff, but he hasn't set up an OV. And based off what I've read on the Inside Carolina site, it's more his doing and not their doing. They would like to schedule an official visit with him. Now, the thing I'm curious about with Big Bill Belichick, if you want to be a big boy football program, at least in terms of building it through recruiting, you have to win at least probably 2 or 3 recruitments each year where you're flat out the winner because you paid the most. That's just how it works. Texas, that number is more than 2 to 3 of them. And in the SEC, each prominent program, there is probably really at least 5 of them. And that's just how recruiting is. It's the way it is. But North Carolina, are you really going to let the number 1 corner prospect in your state not take an official visit to your school, not take, you know what I mean? So I don't know how long it's going to take them to figure it out. They obviously brought in Michael Lombardi, who has, NFL front office experience, but, college football, it's not the NFL, or at least not yet. It hasn't been fully NFL-tized or whatever you want to call it. So, I'm curious. Is UNC, basically what I'm trying to say is UNC going to start dropping bags because Bill Belichick is 70, and I do think if he had his way, he would love to take the Phil Knight approach where he's like, hey, I don't got much longer. Let's actually put some money into this thing so I can go out on top or something. So I think UNC is a wild card there in that, maybe they're just being patient, waiting to play their hand. Texas, for a lot of in-state kids that they love but aren't really in the picture for, they will be very patient with their process. There's a reason they didn't really push for Jonah Williams until right before decision time. Why? Because they knew how important NIL and money was in his recruitment. And they also had to go get A&M's baseball coach, which is the main reason he was leaning A&M anyways. They're very patient with how they do things, but we don't have any experience in seeing North Carolina go through this. So I'm very curious to see what will unfold with their in-state targets and specifically Samari Matthews because it is hard, or I'd imagine it's very hard to say no to playing for Bill Belichick. So Just thought that part was interesting.
The highest rated player that Bill Belichick currently has committed is number 12 in terms of the state of North Carolina. It's number 12 in the state. And, man, this is a loaded year for the state of North Carolina.
Yeah, really good year.
Rodney Dunham, he committed to Notre Dame over the weekend.
Wait, sorry. Time out. When you said Cole Brevard earlier, did you mean Travis Shaw?
I did mean Travis Shaw.
Okay.
The second I said it,
because I'm like, wait, is Brevard from North Carolina too? I wrote his portal commitment story, but I forgot where he actually was from.
Yeah, he's Travis Shaw is from North Carolina.
Greensley.
Yeah, something like that. But this North Carolina class is just loaded. I said Faison Brandon, the number one player in the country, headed to Tennessee, like we've already talked about in this show. Rodney Dunham is going to stick with Notre Dame. He's going to end up there. Kenny Boko, honestly, you got no idea what's going on in this recruitment.
Bama.
Kendra Harrison committed to Oregon.
Bag.
He is, man, this is a guy. Pretty solid basketball player as well.
Yeah, Oregon's saying they'll let him play it.
Yeah.
So, like, he'll get to sit on the bench for 1 year, and then it's like, all right, buddy.
Right. It's never happened.
Yeah, come on.
In the last 10, I think Drake London was the last guy to really do it at a high level, and Drake London.
Trey'Dez Green at LSU showed some flashes. He got some minutes on LSU's basketball team as the season was
had no idea.
close to an end. And, they don't – he's like this weird kind of jumbo receiver tight end tweener, and he doesn't, I don't think, have a role for this upcoming season, so he might be able to play basketball like another year. But that's the only guy I could think of this year that played basketball and football at the Power 4 level. And he, I think, had more minutes in basketball than he did in football year one. But anyways, yeah, Kendra Harrison is getting the bag from Oregon, and I think literally went on record pretty much saying that's why he chose that, which is fine. That's how it is nowadays,
Yeah, it's not a bad reason at all. We've got a few more minutes here. Let's talk about a recruitment that has been talked about more than probably anyone else. We'll get to Xavier Griffin tomorrow because I think that's worth more than about 5 minutes. Chase Calicut out of North Shore.
Mm-hmm.
You've had a crystal ball on Chase Calicut for a good while now. I don't think you're the only one. Hank actually put one in on Monday, despite all of these rumors that, what about Michigan? What about Washington? What about Ole Miss? They're going to give you a better shot than Texas will. That's been the conversation for the last 3-4 days, maybe going up on a week here, and started when he visited Michigan a few weeks ago. But Chase Calicut said Texas feels like home, and guys say that all the time. But with the way this recruitment has gone and the way that Texas has recruited him and the way the safety board looks right now, it's undeniable that he is a top 3 take at that position. I believe he's pretty firmly number 2 behind Jet Washington. And I think a dream situation is where they get both. But very likely Chase Calicut will be the highest rated safety that Texas has in this class. Texas is not going to let Washington come in here and bitch him out for Chase Calicut. I don't even think they're going to let Michigan or Ole Miss do it. I just think that Chase Calicut has these connections to Texas. I think Mark Orphy, being a North Shore grad, being a guy that coached there, I think that's helped out a lot. Even though he is a safety and Orphy is the cornerbacks coach, I think that family is a Texas family. I don't think they're going to ship him off to Ole Miss. If Michigan can come up with a package that is akin to what Texas does, maybe there. I think those are the 2 schools that are really going to be in this. It's Michigan and Texas. But we'll see down the stretch here. But Hank had confidence yesterday. I follow that. I'm still thinking about putting one in this week. So I wouldn't be too worried, even with all these rumors that Chase Calicut is going anywhere but Texas.
Yeah. Okay. So he has gone on record in the last week or two several times saying Michigan's his leader. So I'm just saying, I'm just going to bring that up.
No, I'm fully aware.
He also has gone on record several times this spring with me saying Texas is his leader. He's told me that 3 times at different points throughout this spring. Michigan, he visited about 2 weeks ago. I believe it was his first time on campus, and they had a really good visit. And, I do think part of it was, the visit high. It was the most recent school he visited. And then talking with him on Sunday at Under Armour Houston the day after he visited Texas, and still, him talking, yeah, it's Michigan right now. And I was like, all right. And some context I think that's worth bringing up. He plays 7-on-7 for SFE, who, whichever way you look at it, does a very good job of making sure their guys get taken care of financially. This is something I brought up all the time with Jamie French. Yes, I know he is saying this is his leader, but that might not be it. I couldn't tell you the amount of stories I've wrote where a kid goes, yeah, they're my leader, or no, this school's leading the way, when his dad or 7-on-7 coach or handler or the kid himself told me, no, we're still going to Texas, or other stuff like that, or I get it from someone else, So what gets reported isn't always the truth, even in quotes sometimes. And I'm not saying Michigan isn't the leader, but I'm saying there's a possibility he is playing the game. He's a smart kid. And if I was in these guys' shoes, I would be playing the game the exact same way and doing things the exact same way. Because the second he shows up in college and tears his ACL in his second practice as a true freshman in January, he misses that season. That team can then renegotiate his NIL number down as a sophomore, since he didn't contribute as a freshman and the shine on the star kind of wore off. Or they can just push him into the portal, and he doesn't have the options he once did or the numbers he once did. That is why, Nico Imaleva's camp didn't do it the right way. But things like that are why they're trying to milk every single cent out of these college programs that they can. So for thanks, Longhorn Bear. For Calicut,
we do.
I do think it's pretty fluid. And yes, Michigan is a leader, but it is very close. One thing that was interesting that I hadn't heard until Sunday, he said his mother wants him to get out of Houston. And
out of Houston or out of Texas?
Out of Houston. And I was like, Texas is in Austin, and Michigan's in Michigan. And he's like, yeah. So didn't really get much more than that, but that's where I think him, because it did seem like, yeah, I'm going to look at these other schools, but I'm very focused on going to Texas. I know that's probably where I'm going. And I think he might have opened it up a bit more. He's like, all right, let's make sure I find the right fit and everything, because it might not be Texas. So I think it'll be Michigan and Texas, like you said. Michigan has the last OV, which is a little interesting considering he's planning on committing in July. So that kind of causes for some concern, at least on my end. And I've also heard that he's viewed very similar at Michigan than he is at Texas, where he's pretty much the top safety target on the board. And if you saw what Michigan did with not only Bryce Underwood, but several other guys that they flipped and signed at towards the end, they will put together significant NIL packages. And as Texas has shown in recruiting sometimes, like in the Corin Moore scenario, they might need a player super bad, but there are just some numbers they won't go over. So I do think that's something to bring up when we're talking about Calicut, if it does end up being Michigan, because I think both schools offer similar things. Both are contenders. Both have decent coaching staffs. And both also have had success with players and body types very similar to him. Not quite the nuclear athlete Jelani McDonald is, but very similar frame and kind of this ultra competitor type mindset. So with Calicut, I still like Texas in the long run. If the recruitment ended today, I do think it would be Michigan. But he's not planning on making a decision till July. So I'm holding on to my Texas crystal ball pick, and ultimately might have a decision on his hands. Do I take more money in Michigan, or do I play for a coach that comes from where I come from, that has accomplished everything I'm trying to accomplish, and be 2.5 hours away from home? And I get the mother's concern. There's several prospects that I hear about whose parents want them to leave the state so they can get out and not be able to drive home. That was a big, sneaky part of Nick Townsend's recruitment. His parents were always going to let him make the decision, but he had an older brother, I believe it was like 2-3 years older. It was played football, but was a regular college student and went to Texas State. And every single weekend he would drive home and would hang out with his friends at home in spring and then drive back to San Marcos. And he didn't really get the true college experience. So for the most part, throughout the spring and in the summer, Townsend's mother and father were pushing him to go to Alabama. They said, we think you should go to Alabama or USC, the out-of-state schools he was looking at. They did not want him at A&M or Texas. It had nothing to do with those programs. It had everything to do with they wanted him to actually find a college environment where he stays there and isn't coming home on the weekends. And they were always going to let him make the decision. That's why he picked Texas. That's where he wanted to be. But it is understandable for families to have that concern. I totally get it. So a lot to play out with Calicut, but short term, think it's Michigan. Long term, still like Texas. So we'll see how things play out, and we'll discuss it more tomorrow. But anything you want to hit on before we close it?
Yeah. Longhorn Bear talked about some NBA play-in action. I don't think it matters who wins in the East. They're both going to get smoked by Cleveland and Boston. In the West, I'm very worried that Golden State is going to beat the Grizzlies, and the Rockets then have to play the Warriors. And you just can't give me even 4 games of Steph. I'm just still too scarred from 5-10 years ago, and I would love to see John Morant throwing the grenade in the Toyota Center, because I think I'll make it out to a game. But Rockets in 5, if it's the Grizzlies. Rockets in 7, hopefully. If it's the Warriors, I hope we get to talk some basketball on this show, because I'm all in on the Rockets right now. I think we're either looking at a first round exit or a team that's making a deep run in the playoffs.
I've barely watched NBA this year. Who's the Rockets' best player? Is it Jalen Green?
Right now it's Jalen Green. Early in the season, it was Alperen Şengün. Amen Thompson is by far the brightest star on the team. He has the highest upside. He will be a top 20 player, maybe top 10 player in the NBA 3 years from now. They don't have a guy, though. They don't have a bona fide star. That's likely what they'll be looking for. I'm a big fan of the Rockets going out and getting LaMelo Ball in the offseason, regardless of how this
I thought that happened. I was like, wait, what? I missed that. But
it will.
Hey,
the Rockets are going to be in, whether it's LaMelo or I think Giannis or even KD. They're going to be in for a big guy. But I'm going to, I'll sideline those talks and just see what they do in the first couple rounds or first couple days. First round's going to be real tough. I think that's all I've got, Jordan.
Yeah. Hey, Clint Capella, Terrence Jones still putting up buckets in Houston.
Man, I'm glad you said Terrence Jones. I love Terrence Jones. I was scrolling on TikTok the other day and saw Terrence Jones highlight tape, and that really made me smile. So,
man, those Rockets teams with Harden, P-Bev before he lost his mind. Patrick Beverly was sneakily one of the best 3-and-D guards in the league, and then he lost his mind.
He was. Don't touch Eunice. Ryan Anderson.
Oh, hey.
Pulling out.
What about
deep in the bag here?
God, what was the
Corey
white guy's name? Chandler Parsons.
Chandler Parsons was a bum.
Am I tripping? Am I thinking of another
that's happened to him?
Am I thinking of another average white?
No, Chandler Parsons was good.
Okay.
You're thinking of Chandler Parsons. I know you are. Chandler Parsons was okay. He was okay. He was good with the Rockets and those early playoff teams. He broke everyone's heart and went to the Mavericks. And then had a very unfortunate car accident and then a couple other injuries, and has been paid like $100 million to play less than 50 games or something like that. And now has a podcast, or he's on that FanDuel show with Michelle Beadle and Lou Williams, I think. Anyways, he's a bum, and he deserves all the hate that he gets. I'm not sure if there's any Mavs fans in here, but if they're reading this or they're listening to me, I'm sure they feel the same way. Chandler Parsons loves to talk. A lot of white NBA players don't, and there's usually a reason for that, because most of the time they don't know what they're talking about. So,
hey, give us this is our closing statement. Give us favorite white NBA player that wasn't an all-star. You can't say Larry Bird or Pete Maravich, not an all-star.
It used to be Alex Caruso.
That's an Aggie.
Yeah, I will say I really like the way that Austin Reeves plays, and that's going to be the answer right now. I think there's more now that I'm thinking about it, there's more dislikable white NBA players than there are likable. Because like, who am I thinking of right now? Oh, Grayson Allen. Yeah, Grayson Allen he doesn't have the greatest track record.
He's still around.
He is still around. He's actually been pretty consistent. I'm not sure. I don't think he's still with Phoenix. I'm not sure who he's with this year, but I know he's had a pretty solid year. I will say favorite all time early on, Gordon Hayward, right when he got the fresh cut before the leg injury. That boy was going to lead a team to a championship. If you pair Gordon Hayward with Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert by like year 4, year 5, that team maybe makes to a finals, even in prime Warriors run, because Donovan Mitchell, Rudy Gobert held their ground against some of those teams, in the late 2010s, and you had Gordon Hayward to that, it would have been scary. I don't like Tyler Hero either.
Yeah, hey, I'm going deep in the bag. Hedo Turkoglu. Or Turkoglu.
But I thought we were saying white American here.
What? I'm like, are you about to make an argument Hedo Turkoglu isn't white?
He's not.
That counts.
Hey, yes, he is. His skin tone is white.
Yeah, we're going with the seasoned white boy, seasoned sniper, the Orlando Magic. But anyways, we're going to get at it. We went 10 minutes late talking white NBA players. Up next, it's the bullpen from our friends at the Horn Takes podcast. The guys recap this past weekend series win over Kentucky and preview the upcoming week for Texas baseball. Go tune in over on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app. And then back at 2 p.m. on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you get your live stream. Chip and Zay probably breaking down the commitment of Emmett Mosley amongst several other things. So go check it out. And yours truly and my guy will be back tomorrow talking more Texas recruiting. We'll see y'all. Barry Nonette, Rob, Longhorn Bear, Patrick, Jake Bayless, all y'all that tuned in and listen on podcast, Stephen Delgado. We appreciate y'all a ton. And, keep tuning in. Thanks, y'all. Have a good Tuesday.